Day 26 at Woodbine Racetrack. A very good afternoon. Welcome as we head into our week of action. Track announcer Robert Geller here on this June 18th. And this Thursday, as we come to the start of the program, mostly cloudy, but look at the wind. That is really the element that is the unknown element. How much will that impact the race finishes here today? Certainly extremely strong. The westerly wind at 48 kilometers or 30 miles per hour. The temperatures are around 21 degrees Celsius and 70 Fahrenheit. And the other part of that story is the amount of rain we had. You might have watched and seen as the BMO field was getting rained on as the start of the World Cup soccer last night, and it has been pretty wet since, so there's no turf racing here today. However, we do have our 7-race card and the same races to be conducted at the same distances, which were for turf. Keep in mind we have a race scheduled for turf tomorrow on a 7-race card on Friday, and we have 4 scheduled for Saturday, and the stakes features coming up the Lake Huron and the Georgian Bay on Sunday, so we'll have to watch the weather, and we'll also have to watch Canada play a bit later today at 6 o'clock. And I have to say that we are experiencing a number of areas where we do understand the role of the vet at Woodbine Racetrack. We see in the mornings at the incredible amount of track work and the amazing amount of checks in the barns. And today is officially Veterinary Appreciation Day. We also see their influence in keeping everything to task on the racetrack itself during the race day, as well as in the afternoon. And I have to hand it to them. It's pretty much a 24-hour-a-day job. So today we recognize the impact and the success of vets in keeping our racing industry going. A big thanks to them as we head into the changes and overweights on this Thursday program. We started off in the first on a main track. Do note that off the turf, 7 furlongs on to Peter. No changes. Race 1, but the distance the same as was scheduled. The second race, number 4 Secret Storm, is going to be 2 over at 1:15. This starts both the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5 and the jackpot power pick 6. There are no changes. Race 3 is clear. Race 4, and here off the turf, same distance, 7. Well, no, not same distance. Maybe correct that. It was 7.5. So we are at 7 furlongs on to Peter. So a correction there for myself. And the Fast Charlie runner, number 4, is a scratch as a steward scratch. So take out race 4, number 4. On to race 5, there are no changes. An important change, however, in race 6, vet scratch, number 3, Armored Guard, as we turn to what will be our 6th race to number 3, and a line through that runner. Armored Guard is out. Final race does stay at the same distance off the turf, race 7. And here in the jackpot high 5, the carryover is 7,058.28. 5, Our Lily is a steward scratch. And 9, Your Heart is a steward scratch. So again, 5 furlongs on the main track. Lots to talk about in the world of horse racing, in the world of sports. And coming up right now on this Thursday, Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer, wins. There he goes, Secretariat on the outside. Scored the heart of the champion, Alphabet Soup has scored a shocking upset.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment.
You're wrong.
Gotta one-up my opponent.
Running games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. Game time that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
She feels pretty, grabbing the lead. Diamond Rain coming on the outside as they hit the wire. She feels pretty narrowly.
This is the moment.
Welcome to Windy Woodbine, where last Sunday it was all about speed. Will the wind have an impact on the races today? We'll find that out. It's coming up for you as the day does unfold. Joined by my good friend Lisa Blow, I am Jeff Bratt. And you know what? In life, Elisa, you have to take advantage of opportunities that are given to you.
You sure do.
And for the next 3 days, the 2 top riders here at Woodbine, they are fishing.
That's right.
That's the term when a rider is suspended. They've gone fishing. They'll be back with us coming up on Sunday. So no Pietro, no Raffi today. So we'll see who's able to make hay.
What a big opportunity for some riders. And then, of course, I think some of the trainers might have been doing some rain dancing last night as well, because their horses, now that we've transitioned back over to the main track, are really going to benefit from that too. So keep in mind, we talked about the wind, 48 kilometers an hour. So it's going to push them down the backstretch. And then, of course, it's going to be a strong headwind as they turn for home.
Hold on, as we like to say. But you're right about, horses maybe taking advantage of trying to get into fields that, originally were scheduled for turf. For example, Awesome Beat for conditioner Sinitar draws, and it looks pretty live in that race all of a sudden.
Zabarda is another one that's never tried the turf before, and now gets an opportunity to stay on the main track. So we're going to blame it on Sid and Bill?
Sure.
All right.
They can do the rain dance, apparently. So Robert covered pretty much everything we were going to talk about on the show.
Thanks, Robert. We're great.
I was ready to go home
I know.
after Robert, because it is obviously a special day for us here at Woodbine. It is a Veterinary Appreciation Day, and we want to give a lot of thanks. These are commissioned vets, and we want to thank them for the job they do throughout the racing industry and for their expertise and care for equine athletes. We want to extend a special thank you to those that begin early in the morning in the barns, during training, and continue through the afternoon in the paddock. Their dedication helps ensure health, safety, and well-being of our horses each and every day. And those individuals are commissioned veterinarians, but we should also give a huge thank you as well to the veterinarians on the backside, whose names you do not see there on the screen, because they are ones that go from barn to barn and obviously check in on the horses and make sure they come over in fine form.
Yep, it's a big job, and as Robert pointed out, it can be a 24-hour-a-day job. I mean, there's been a time where I've been like, should I phone him at 3 o'clock in the morning? And then, well, he went to school for 10 years so he could do this. So yeah, okay, I'll give him a call.
You know what? I wish I was smart enough to be a vet.
I don't know. I don't think I could have handled it. I'm too emotional with horses.
Yeah, but I can handle the money though.
That's right. More to go under the mattress.
That I could handle. So we're going to have a feature on some of our great vets for you a little bit later on the broadcast. But let's get to some data. That is topic number one on the broadcast in here. We look back at the week that was and find out some trends that maybe are kind of falling into line with some trends that we've seen for the last several years here. And guess what? I like it. Data. The inside is, again, the place to be.
Always has been.
Always has been, and probably always will be on this synthetic surface.
We did see some horses rally from on the outside of the track last week on a couple of days, but really the inside is always the place that you want to be. So it's the dominating post position. But, again, we don't offer a ton of samples as we get into like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, because we just haven't had these massive fields yet. And you're not going to see a lot of massive fields on this weekend or this week's program either. So just keep in mind looking at maybe 1 through 8 to help you out.
So those are sprint races, 4.5 to 7 furlongs for week number 9. Less than 6 furlongs, naturally, you want to be closer to the pace if all possible. We didn't have a lot of those races the last week. We tended to have, races that were a little bit longer than that. So stalkers, pressers, speed types, but more often than not, you got speed, you're going to do very, very well.
That's
and
true.
That's probably one of the most distinct biases I've seen at Woodbine in terms of speed horses in a long, long time.
Well, and don't forget it rained the one day too, and then that helps the track really play to speed horses as well.
Yeah, exactly. But 9 of the 10 winners on Sunday's program went to the front end. The only other horse that came from off the pace was only about 2 lengths off.
Right,
So
yeah,
it's
not too far
by
behind.
any means. So there you go, 6 to 7 furlongs when it comes to some data as well. And here comes the payoff information. And because favorites did very well on the program on Sunday, you're going to see these numbers go down a little bit in here. Average super effective payout is $252.34. But we're going to get to Elise's type of bets here coming up in the next graphic. That's like the pick 6, the pick 5.
That's me, buddy.
These are your payouts in here. So the average pick 6 payout of around $8,200. The pick 5, that's the bet for me now, $1,500. And that average payout came down a little bit because favorites did very well in the program last week. Now, whenever I ask you this question, it turns out to be the opposite, but I kind of feel it's going to be rather formful this week so far with
Famous
my picks,
last words.
which probably means we're going to have about $20, $50 winners on the program.
Every time you feel like, oh, it's really chalky, it's not
never
chalky
turns
at
out that
all.
way.
And I find, as we've done so many of these race days over the years, The Thursdays and Fridays can be those races where the
Can
long
they
shots
ever?
pop up.
Yeah, and I was actually talking about that with a buddy of mine at hockey the other day. Like, he's not a huge horse racing fan, but he was kind of just picking my brain about it. And then he was saying, like, why is it that the inexpensive horses are so inconsistent? And I said, that's why they are inexpensive horses.
That's right. Yeah.
Because they need everything to go right. And if one thing goes wrong, they tend to throw a bit of a hissy fit.
Yeah, and the good ones will run true to form. So,
Exactly.
and we tend to write those better races for Saturdays and Sundays.
Exactly. So 7/8 we're now going to go. We're not going the same distance. This was 7.5, and now it's at 7/8. It's a one-turn event on the main. We spoke about Zarbata and the fact that we don't have to toss in that new equation in the mix of things when it comes to racing on the turf. And listen, I don't know if she's good enough to win this race or not, but I love this story because she has turned out to be a really lovely horse. And you call her a nail biter because that's just the type of running style that she has.
She's awesome. I mean, that day that Bill dropped her in for a quarter and she won that day, it's like she had a massive aha moment, as an Oprah Winfrey fan would say. She won by 6 lengths. She came right back to win the South Ocean. Now, she's a deep, deep closer, and the stats that we just showed you show that horses are winning on the front end here. So look at her. She's at the back of the pack under Deschamps-Bino, and this is basically the way she races. She wants to be, 6 to 10 lengths off of the field. She likes to spot them and then come running. So she swishes here to the outside, and then she has her running kick in. And really, she's got a lot of work to do because the entire field is in front of her right now. Watch her on the outside. She actually leaves the screen. She's going to come back onto the screen, and believe it or not, she finishes in the second place spot. Now, I Got Murphed, the winner, has since come back to win, but the horse that she just zapped on the wire, that is Secret Load, who is here today to face off against her again. I actually put Secret Load in the top spot today. This barn's starting to really heat up on the racetrack. This is second start in the form cycle. She's a 5-year-old, whereas Zabarta is a 3-year-old, and Zabarta is actually the lone 3-year-old in against this group. She raced against 3-year-olds and up last time out too. So I'll use the 5 over the 4 because, again, we just haven't really seen these big off-the-pace horses kick in as of late. And then I'll toss in the 2, Texas Holiday, who comes in off of a win. Now, does lose the rider in Hernandez, but if you go back, you'll see that when this horse was under the care of Martin Drexler, Flores had been doing some riding with this horse as well. So, they're reunited here today. So it seems like it's either, who'd you use on top?
I did use Texas Holiday.
Did you? Yeah. I mean, the barn's certainly very, very live, and the horse comes in off of a nice win.
And Bull Rapasso came back to win out of that race. Revelers Row looks really good in the race coming up on Saturday's card of racing too.
Speed horse.
Yeah, exactly. But Zarbata, I can't wait for her to get on the grass because her mom, Steve Owens, trained her mom, and she was a very nice turf horse.
Yeah,
so
Head Chopper.
Maybe
Right, yeah, she's a daughter of Head Chopper.
Yeah, down the line, they might eventually get this horse onto the grass in there.
But I think we're okay with the transition that the race is going to stick.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you know what you're going to get.
You know what you're getting.
It's the wind that might
It
be
is
an
the wind. Yeah,
impact on her
can she
today.
close today? Do you really want to be that far off of it?
Yeah, and you don't want to change the horse, right?
No.
She's so good right now. Race number 2 will be at 6.5 furlongs. It starts off at pick 5, pool guaranteed at 50. Because we have just 7 races today, this does start off at pick 6. Now, I want to ask you a question that I highlighted on my PP list because, and this gets to our example here with inexpensive horses. Like Banker's Hours, from a speed figure point of view, ran an astronomical number.
Yep.
Do we get any regression here today? That's my
It's the
only
best
concern.
number by far that
Yeah.
the horse has ever got. An 80 Beyer speed figure is a massive lifetime high for a horse who beforehand, was in the mid to high 40s, low 50s. I think hopefully that, look, this horse went on my duotang, right?
Yeah.
After this race here. That's all I'm going to say. So this is the May 31st race. You're watching Slade Jones do the riding. It's the 2 horse that we're watching with the blinkers and the shadow roll. Now, keep in mind there was a loose horse on that day, and that could have caused some interference or some concern with some of the other riders in the race. We're going to see this horse, Classic Dancer, the loose horse, back on the program. I think it's tomorrow.
Yep.
But Slade Jones back aboard here for conditioner Danny Yu. This barn really had a good go of things last season. Slade's won a couple of races now as well. I think they kind of stand out in this spot because I don't think they've hooked a really tough group. I mean, you get Secret Storm here from the Kieran Palmer barn, who was third in his comeback race on May the 3rd. Now, they've given him quite a bit of time from May the 3rd. And he's, again, a lower price claimer. There's been plenty of opportunity to race him back, but they've given him lots of time and they've brought him back here today. Then, you get into Dissectologist, who...
He looked better last time.
Yeah, he did look better last time, but we're already on to the fourth start of the meet.
But that's what he loves. Remember last year they race him every week?
He might love it. But, the other interesting thing is, where did Sky Chernetz go?
Yeah.
She had an opportunity to ride either the 1 Divine Leader or the 3 Cut 'em Loose, and she opts to go to Divine Leader. And this barn started to really heat things up again last week.
It is starting to rain, just letting everybody know. It's probably going to be off and on, I think, for the remainder of the day. So I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on the
Not like it
program
was
today.
with that horrible soaking rain that we had last week. That was awful.
Oh, and then like last night it poured, and this morning it poured. Just talked to some people that were training this morning. They said it was just a miserable day to train.
Yeah.
But the game goes on, right?
Yep.
You got to do it.
Got to get him out there.
So that's topic number 2. Ontario Sire will be our next topic in here, which gets us to race number 4 on the program. So we're going to skip the 3rd. Let's get to the 4th now, and all of a sudden, Awesome Beat draws in. Society Storm was a clocker horse last time out, and did he ever run a beauty of a race in that most recent event? And then we get this Frankness, who has been a massive puzzle for not only handicappers, but I think for Willie Theranos as well.
I think so too. Now I almost put him up in the top spot today, because I think, look, he's a horse who was really highly touted for his first career start. He got beat by a stablemate who's turned out to be a couple-time winner so far this season. Then the last start, we're all jumping aboard the Frankness train, and he stopped. And I just wonder if maybe, he flipped his palate, or there was something there where the air got shut off. And now today, we're going to see the Frankness that Bill has been trying to get into the winner's circle. Because, Jeff, if he was no good, we know what Bill would do. Bill would run him for cheap.
Yeah.
So the fact that Bill's keeping him around here in the optional 40, it says to me that he thinks this horse is very much capable of winning this race. One thing about Bill, he reads the book.
Yeah.
And if these horses aren't doing it for him, he drops them in, and he wants them out of the barn, and he's got new ones that he can move in. Now, this horse comes out of that race on May the 15th with a really nice work on the turf. Obviously, this is maybe what they were hoping for here today. And then a really nice work back on our main track in 47-3. So, I mean, if he wins, I wouldn't be surprised here today. So Society Storm, though, the horse that you talked about as well, huge effort from this one. If I look into my crystal ball today, a kid like Slade Jones has a couple of opportunities to win some races.
Yeah, Kevin rode that horse last time out. It's going to be Slade today. I don't like the fact that Frankness can't keep a rider. That kind of is a bit of a...
Yeah, but it's Wilson. I'm okay with that.
No, it is one of the barn's go-to riders, for sure. And then you have this keynote speaker who has kind of been shopping around for spots and had a much improved effort in that second career start, too. We'll see if that one's able to do some damage. But Awesome Beat looks pretty dangerous as well.
Like, I have him in the 4th spot because I wasn't sure if we were going to be on the main track or not, but definitely the Cititard train just keeps on running.
Rolling. Yeah, it does keep on rolling in there. Let's get to non-winners of 2 here, coming up in race number 5 on the program. And this 5th race will be at 5.5, 15,000 claimers in this spot. And this would kind of be a cool story if Mo Argentina was able to pull off the victory, because these are Fort Erie-based connections. And you and I were talking about this the other day. So Helen, for maybe about 4 years, was one of the outriders at Woodbine, at Fort Erie, rather. But she would still ride quarter horses. But it seems like now she's riding more and more horses down at the Forts.
Yeah, like we've watched the 3 cards that they've had so far, and she's ridden those cards. And I mean, this is a Sovereign Award-winning jockey, by the way, Sovereign Award-winning apprentice. Back in the 90s. But she's a great horsewoman, a fantastic horsewoman. So her and Nick Malini, of course, are a couple, and they've got the Chickadance horses, seems like, at Fort Erie, and this one they want to bring here to race. Now, this horse that goes first start off of the claim, they did take this horse last season for $15,000 from Kevin Attard, has had a reset, has been working bullets at Fort Erie, which I wouldn't get too worried about, because it's not like they have a whole bunch of horses working a half. They have maybe 10 horses working a half. Complex Secret got me thinking, because this horse showed us a void claim on October the 17th of 2025. And when I see those V's, I get scared away.
Same.
But that comeback race, the time off, that's like, unplug them, plug it back in again. This horse might be all right, Complex Secret. I've got a big star beside her, and I'm going to use her in the top spot. So I'll go 4, 5, bedtime. Big drop here for bedtime. This is the all-time low price that this horse has been in for, but you still see that walked off a Gulfstream that doesn't make us all very happy. And then I will toss Helen in with Mo Argentino.
Yeah, and Mo Argentino taking advantage of the waiver claim, I kind of like that a little bit. The only thing is, and you often point this out too, there was a bit of a change to the horse's routine.
Yes,
now it's going to be shipped up here on
earlier
race
on
day.
today.
And the horse has not been on the synthetic for a while, but we'll see.
The difference, though, is we didn't have to wake this one up at 3:30 in the morning.
True.
So,
and it is a nice, cool day.
And it's a nice day to ship.
Yeah, exactly. So that should help out the situation in there. But I think those are the two kind of obvious ones
I would agree,
in
yeah.
that race. Clocker time. We've got a clocker horse in this spot. Who is it? Stay tuned to find out, as we like to say. Scratch number 3, that being Armored Guard in this spot. I thought that Sills Gamble raced pretty good off the bench last time. What about you?
Yep, I put the horse in the top spot today. They used the waiver claim back on May the 8th, and they ended up finishing in the 3rd position. Second start off of the layoff should be the key here for Josie Carroll. She wins at a 17% clip. She has also had a very good beginning of the season here in Toronto. So I'll use the one up on top. Orient Beach takes a pretty big drop in for $25,000 from Mike DiPaolo. Austin Adams gets the call on that one again. And then I did toss in Sid with Spellcheck. And the reason I did is because I don't think we should keep anything of Sid's off our tickets right now.
Design Diva is the clocker horse in this race. That work on June the 4th grabbed the attention of Mr. Ernie Perry. My only question is this a 6.5 furlong horse?
Yeah.
To me, she got really good going around 2 turns. Now, she might just be a better horse this season. That's a possibility, but I kind of wish it was 2 turns.
Well, and here's another thing. Is she a main track horse or is she a turf horse?
Yeah,
I think she's a turf horse.
Yeah.
I think this is a starting point.
Yeah, you could be
You
right.
know, plus we see new barn, new rider, you know, and so far actually this combo when Mike Mattini uses Kamari Blackett, they've won.
Race number 6 starts off the late double. Then we're going to get to the 7th. This is the nightcap. We're going to go 5/8 of a mile in here. Jackpot high 5 carryover of $7,058.28. Elisa, it's time for confession with Jeff.
Okay.
I did not like this race on turf,
Nope.
and I do not like this race on the main track
I'm with
either.
you, buddy. I'm with you. I just don't like this one. I think, you know, D Capri should be the horse that takes a lot of the support.
But I don't trust her
But I
at
don't
all.
trust her.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, who else do we have in here to
I
look
know.
at? You know, you got a first-time starter, like as the 2 horse, so we don't really know too much about this one. Actually, you know, it's a Anthony Husband's trained horse, and Anthony had a winner the other day. You got Twist of Sugar. I think the distance should help, going 5/8 of a mile. I don't think, you know, that this horse wants to go too much further than that. Reload Baba has had already 4 starts this season. And then you get another first-time starter with this 6 horse. Now, the 6 horse is a sire I like, these Jimmy Creeds.
Yep.
But debuting for $25,000. And then on the mare, she was a good one. She was a 2-time stakes winner. She made over $160,000. This is a half too good to be lucky. The mare, again, a 6-time winner. So there's enough to like with the 6 horse as far as pedigree goes. Lauren Richards, we always like to play this outfit, but he took the drop from Maiden Special for quarter last start and it didn't work out. And Rick Hayashi sending out the 8 Super 8. This is a homebred for the estate of Paul Buttigieg, and the debut, you know, maybe a little bit of bouncing going around in the race, got bumped and checked and all that kind of stuff. So looking for maybe just a clean trip here today. But yeah, you can go top to bottom and find excuses for a whole bunch of these horses. That's why I was kind of thinking this 6 horse might be an interesting play here. But that being said, I went like the chalky eating weasel that I am and took the 1.
Well, and you know what? The reason I landed on the 1 originally was for turf because I just thought post 1 we might be able to get that rail position and hopefully hold off, you know, Twist of Sugar in here. But now it's gonna be a contested pace.
Yeah.
Now Candy Close in this racetrack today with it being as windy as it is as
Good
well.
question.
It is not an easy race. Like for pick 4 players, spread a route in that spot because I don't trust De Capri as far as I can throw her. And she ran not bad last time out, but she's going to have to run a little bit better to win this race here today. So that's a look at some of the races on today's program of action. We've got plays of the day that we should probably take a glance at as well. And let's see if we have any similarities along the way.
Well, my top pick It's the Toronto Blue Jays today, man. They are on a roll. They had a nice win yesterday, and I hope they come back and win again today. But yeah, I'm going with a couple of 5, Secret Load, Banker's Hours. Complex Secret is that horse that I talked about coming in off of the void claim from last year. Ran really well in the comeback race, and Sills Gamble in the 6th race.
So for me, I have Texas Holiday as my early key on the day, like in a double or pick 3. My watch lister, like you, is Banker's Hours. My best bet is Society's Storm for Krista Cole, and against a bias. I thought the Sills Gamble ran against a bit of a bias last time out, so I have this horse on. I don't use the Duotang. I have this one on my spreadsheet, and Sills Gamble ran on today where speeded very well and eventually finished in the 3rd place position. Do you think I could ever transfer you over from the Duotang? No.
No, you know what? Excel is a hard program to operate, Jeff. And let's face it, you didn't exactly set that up yourself, did you? You had a little bit of help,
My
right?
personal assistant helped me out, yes.
I don't need to ask for help to sharpen the pencil and write on the paper.
Ron's Win Awards Banker's Hours, Keynote Speaker is another player in here, and Robert's putting together a pick 4 ticket. I'm going to write this down. So he's going 2 by 3 by 2 by 2. So that's a $24 ticket if you want to play along.
Do you think it's suspicious that there's no stars beside
I was just going to say, what happened to the stars for this top
I would
picks?
say that means it's kind of wide open.
Is he starting to slacken his homework a little bit
No.
here?
Maybe he just doesn't really lean towards
That's
any
a
one of them.
possibility. That's a possibility. So off the top of the show, we talked about the fact that it is a Veterinarian Appreciation Day here at Woodbine, and we're very blessed to have some good ones here. And a couple years ago, we did a feature on equine welfare, and it talks with one of the great vets that we have here, Dr. Oscar. And I always joke with Dr. Oscar that he's Oscar the Grouch.
But he's not. He's the nicest.
He is the nicest guy, and he does not live in a garbage can. But let's find out, what it is that makes the vets so passionate about their job, and what exactly their roles are here at Woodbine.
The safety and welfare of the racehorses is the most important factor to all of us here at Woodbine and in the industry. We have association vets checking them in the morning before racing to make sure everything's okay. And then again during the races, we have 2 vets present. One will be in the paddock and one at the starting gate, so that if anything is amiss, we'll scratch them.
A regular race day starts with the official vets checking the horses in the morning. We examine the legs, the condition, the general condition of the animal, and then we jog the horse back and forth to see any kind of problems with the movement. We're looking for lameness or any kind of other problems.
The vets are also on the rail at the end of the race, watching the horses gallop out, pull up, untack, check on them the next morning. Just make sure everything's A-okay. The association vets have a great relationship with the trainers and the private veterinarians as well, so they can work on plans if a horse needs some time off or a different training regime. There's a lot of good communication goes on between all the parties, which is so important.
Horse language, horse behavior becomes very important. The communication with trainers, owners, grooms, and jockeys become very, very important, because they will give us information that at the end, it will help us to protect a particular horse. And even though it's a business, the most important player in this industry is the horse. So without them, we don't have anything.
The horses are racing, so we have to make sure we take care of them. We need the horses to keep us going, so we have to do right by them. They can't speak for themselves, so we have the veterinarians out there talking for them. They are watching them and making sure everything's okay. Dr. Oscar and his team are one of the best in North America, in my opinion, and we are so lucky to have them, because they are the horse's voice, and without the horses, we have nothing.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
And we have a correction to your program with the form line for number 5, Bankers Hours. Showing now for race 2, horse 5. Do note it shows in your program was beaten 3/4 of a length. In fact, was beaten 3 3/4 lengths. So you can make the adjustment, and there it is for you in race 2, horse 5, Bankers Hours, an amendment to your program. And that last race finished second, beaten 3 3/4 lengths.
Race number 1 coming up in about 19 minutes from now as we welcome inside the studio on a windy Wednesday, but it's a windy Thursday.
Remember when we used to race on Wednesdays?
I do, and then we'd be dark Thursdays. Yeah, but not anymore. The schedule changes quite a bit around these parts. That's why that magnet
Yes, I was just gonna
is so valuable that you were able to get on opening weekend with us.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
7/8 now we're going to travel on the main track here. An optional 40 non-winners of 3 at Texas Holiday at odds of 6-5. Secret Load 3-1. And right now the third choice is one of our personal favorites in the studio, that being Zabarta, who we can't wait to see on the grass, but that will have to come another day as we take a live look in here at Regal Moment. Now this barn's starting to gain a little bit of momentum right now at this point, but it has been second time out.
Yes, that is one of the statistics or data that we have noted here in the studio is that, Stu's barn is not necessarily live the first start back, but they get very good on the second start off of the layoff. Now, that being said, this horse was actually a winner at first asking back in 2024 when breaking her maiden in the optional 40, and she did it in an off the pace rally. Now, and that's kind of been her style. They've tried to put her up on the point before, when she was stretching out and traveling around 2 turns, but I think she's happiest many times when she's sitting in a stalking position or off 4 or 5 lengths off of the early pace. The issue with her here today, obviously, is the distance at 7/8 of a mile. She's a horse who I think is quite comfortable when she gets a chance to travel around 2 turns. So that's why I'm going to say this could just be the starting point. However, this is the distance that she did break her maiden at first asking.
Number 2 is Texas Holiday. You get a very good speed rider aboard in Esjuan Flores. Just joining us, Hernandez and Moran are on days. We won't see them again until Sunday. So Flores will ride here for Katerina Vasilieva.
And you better be specific about which Moran
Pietro,
as well.
the
Exactly.
Moran.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, this horse came up from Joe Sharp from a race at Keeneland, was rocked and ready to go. The horse goes straight to the front and keeps on going. That kind of an effort should put this horse in the winner's circle today again. But I've got horses in here that I like that are off the pace types of horses as well, including Zabarda. Katerina Vasilieva, she's done a great job with her horses this year. She's having a good campaign. Flores does know this horse. He did ride the horse when a previous conditioner had her in his barn. Since the race on May the 23rd, we've come back with a nice easy half in 51-1.
Monty's Inn is the number 3. 7/8 is the distance here today now for this one. Now, I picked her last time out, Elisa, but I don't want to take away the win away from her, but that pretty good joke really stopped in that race.
Stopped. That horse was ahead by, what, 5 lengths?
Yeah.
And then, stopped. And this horse was able to get the win under Wilson. Now, what's interesting, too, is that Wilson is going to opt to go to the 6 horse, which is Dazzling Cruiser for Steve Chirkup. That's a barn she rides for a lot, too. Monty's Inn, I'm not even sure about the distance of 7/8 of a mile. This is the furthest that this horse has ever gone, I believe. You look at some of her races, and she seems to be great, obviously, at 5.5. That's one of her preferred distances. 3/4 she likes too. But I don't know if we want to push it much past 6.5 furlongs. So it'll be interesting just to see what she does. Now, she did win the 25 non-2. This is a pretty good step up for 40.
So Barna is the number 4, and every challenge you give her, she just tries her hardest. And, she's not the biggest of horses, but that heart inside of her, I'll tell you what, that's the size of the grandstand.
Now, she's going to need some pace to set up, and that could happen because they're going to get a wind-assisted backstretch. So maybe we will get some kind of serious pace up front for her to close off of, but her style is one of my favorites, where she comes, from 10 lengths off of it and circles the field and then keeps on going. She is a 3-year-old taking on older horses in here. I wouldn't let that bother you that much because she was a 3-year-old taking on older horses last start out when she closed like a freight train and ended up finishing in second behind I Got Murphed, who's been a multiple winner here at the meet.
Secret Load is the number 5. Nice run last time out. I mean, for a comeback race, it was solid, and she's probably going to run even better here today, I
And
think.
she's got back class, right, Jeff? Like, she's stakes placed in the La Previance. She is a stakes placed in the Ashbridges Bay. She is another horse that isn't necessarily a need the lead type. She's going to want to be sitting, maybe 4 or 5 lengths off of it. I kind of feel like she could turn the tables on Zabarda here today, just simply based on experience. She's a 5-year-old who's raced now 19 times in her life. It's a distance that we can feel pretty good about here today, and she's decent on either surface. So with the scratch off of the turf, they're fine to go on the main track.
What do you think about Dazzling Cruiser? I think she probably needs the 2 turns, and she might get away with 7.5 on the inside course because it's going 2 turns.
Yeah.
What about going 7/8 on the main?
I know, that's a bit of a question mark. So she gets the cutback in distance. She's been going long distances, either down at Gulfstream or in her first start back here at Woodbine, where she took a whole bunch of support, and she was 3rd, and not exactly an amazing 3rd either. She was 3rd, beaten 6 lengths. Wilson's going to go here, though. That's, I find, kind of interesting, because look, like, Emma could have had some choices between the 3 and the 6. I think this is a barn she rides a lot for, so that's why we find her on in this operation. Plus, this barn has an awful lot of bullets to fire, and she's probably got lots of business coming her way from this outfit as well. On her toes here is the 6 Dazzling Cruiser.
Half a dozen will line up here in the opener, going 7/8 of a mile, and we do expect the favorite to be the number 2, that being Texas Holiday. Lisa's going to try and beat that one, though, as she's going towards the 5. And that is one by the name of Secret Load. We'll see what type of impact the wind has on the races here today. There's Secret Load. That is Lisa's play of the day to kick it off. And she says box that one with the 4. So she's trying to beat the favorite in here. And thus, if you get that exacta, it will pay off. But I say eat the chalk, as I'm going towards Texas Holiday as the key in the double and the pick 3. It's the opener coming up in 12.
As they head onto the track, the first race, the distance 7 furlongs on the main track. We're off the turf today. 7 1/2 furlongs with the original distance. Do note 7 furlongs for the main. Optional claiming race, fillies and mares 3 and up as they head out. And this race is 9 minutes away to start our 7-race card on this Thursday. In the post-parade race 1, and here is the field. Number 1, Regal Moment with Fraser Abley for Anne and William Scott, the trainer Stuart Simon. Texas Holiday, number 2 for TEC Racing, Katerina Vasilieva and Esjuan Flores. Number 3 is Monty's Inn in the barn of Kerry Brooks for CMP Brooks and Archie Lee with Romero Mirage. For Zabata, owned by Terra Horse Farm Incorporated, the trainer William Threnos and the jockey is Deshaun Bino. Number 5, Secret Load, trainer is Rick Hayashi for the estate of Paul Buttigieg with Keve Nichols. And 6, Dazzling Cruiser is trained by Stephen Cherkop for Zealy Racing Stables with Emma Jane Wilson. The first race is coming up on the main track. Do note the change at 7 furlongs in 7 minutes. We are 3 minutes from the start of race 1, 3 minutes. On the way to the start, the first race on the main track. All races today will be on the main track. The first switched from the turf and no clear-cut favourite. 3 runners, each at 5-2. Our 2 Texas Holiday, 5 Secret Load, and 6 Dazzling Cruiser on a very gusty day. A wind that is certainly quite forceful as they come to the start. Race 1 of the day sees Regal Moment to gate 1. Moving up, the fillies and mares loading for the opener. The race favourite undecided here as they move in with Texas Holiday, who is a last start winner. So too is Monty's Inn, who is out to a huge price despite the last start victory at 18-1. Side onto the gate, Texas Holiday. Almost straightening up again, backpedaling. Comes to the line. Now it's the turn of Monty's Inn to gate number 3. Zabata, who closed very good ground last start. Secret Load to gate 5. And to the outside, Dazzling Cruiser, race 1. And the field is all in, and they're locked up. On their way and a bit slow on the inside was Regal Moment, but coming up the rail and going out in front of Monty's Inn and away well, Secret Load taking over Monty's Inn from Texas Holiday, who's come up to be second within a half a length. A length and a half away is Regal Moment, now 2.5 as the top 2 tear away. Behind them, Dazzling Cruiser, Secret Load, and last is Zabata. Texas Holiday on the inside, pushing for the lead. Monty's Inn on the outer, ahead away. They've gone out by 4 lengths and now 4.5. Regal Moment in third. An egg away, Dazzling Cruiser. About 3 or 4 to Secret Load and Zabata the trailer. They've strung out a bit as they reach the half mile and showing the way Texas Holiday. About a half a length. Monty's in second, catching good ground on them both. Regal Moment and Dazzling Cruiser to be only a length behind, and Regal Moment darts up the rail. A long way back, Secret Load is about 6 from the group, and last is Zabata. Racing down the side, the first half was 44 and 3, and showing the way narrowly, Texas Holiday coming 3 wide. Dazzling Cruiser, Monty's in the center. A length to Regal Moment. Secret Load's running on as Dazzling Cruisers hit the front. On the inside, Texas Holiday. They turn with Dazzling Cruiser showing a lot more, and on the outside, Secret Load is emerging as a threat. Up the rails goes Regal Moment. Dazzling Cruiser in front, Secret Load coming fast. Up the rails, Regal Moment. Regal Moment with the rail coming to the front with out wide Secret Load, and they will battle it out. And Regal Moment has the inside shortcut to victory. Regal Moment the winner, 3/4. Secret Load second, Dazzling Cruiser third. Well back fourth, Texas Holiday. Then Zabata, and last Monty's in. 123.77. The winner is number 1, Regal Moment. Second is 5, Secret Load. And third, 6, Dazzling Cruiser. 2, Texas Holiday was fourth, unofficial. 1-5-6-2 on the opener. The winner is Regal Moment, and congrats going out to Anne and William Scott, and his winning owners, trainer Stuart Simon, and winning rider Fraser Abley. And that is win number 3 for Regal Moment by point of entry from Regal Conqueror. Bred by JWS Farms, this chestnut 4-year-old filly going on to a solid win up the rail. It is Regal Moment off the layoff. Prices are in as the first race has gone official. Regal Moment has paid very well, $10.40 for the win, $4.40 and $3 across the board. The exacta 1.528.30, trifecta 156.77.30, 1.562 the super, $162.20, swinger 1.5290, 1.6440 and 5.665 race 1 payouts. this all in, and they're locked up. On their way and a bit slow on the inside was Regal Moment, but coming up the rail and going out in front of Monty's Inn and away well, Secret Load taking over Monty's Inn from Texas Holiday, who's come up to be second within a half a length. A length and a half away is Regal Moment, now 2.5 as the top two tear away. Behind them, Dazzling Cruiser, Secret Load, and last is Zabata. Texas Holiday on the inside, pushing for the lead. Monty's Inn on the outer, ahead away. They've gone out by 4 lengths and now 4.5. Regal Moment in third. A neck away, Dazzling Cruiser, about 3 or 4 to Secret Load and Zabata the trailer. They've strung out a bit as they reach the half mile and showing the way Texas Holiday. About a half a length, Monty's in second, catching good ground on them both. Regal Moment and Dazzling Cruiser to be only a length behind, and Regal Moment darts up the rail. A long way back, Secret Load is about 6 from the group, and last is Zabata. Racing down the side, the first half was 44 and 3, and showing the way narrowly, Texas Holiday coming 3 wide. Dazzling Cruiser, Monty's in the center. A length to Regal Moment. Secret Load's running on as Dazzling Cruisers hit the front. On the inside, Texas Holiday. They turn with Dazzling Cruiser showing a lot more, and on the outside, Secret Load is emerging as a threat. Up the rails goes Regal Moment. Dazzling Cruiser in front, Secret Load coming fast. Up the rails, Regal Moment. Regal Moment with the rail coming to the front without wide Secret Load, and they will battle it out. And Regal Moment has the inside shortcut to victory. Regal Moment the winner, 3/4. Secret Load second, Dazzling Cruiser third. A well back fourth, Texas Holiday. Then Zabata, and last Monty's Inn. 1:23.77. Look at the first race finish order, race 1 on screen. There was a claim. It was Texas Holiday goes from the barn of Katerina Vasilyeva to Steve Bryant for Bruno Chicadans. Race 2 is the start of the Pick 5 with a guaranteed $50,000 pool and the start of the Jackpot Power Pick 6. And number 4, Secret Storm, is 3 pounds over, and a correction to the journal. Number 5, Bankers Hours, the last race finished second beaten. Instead of 3/4, should show 3 3/4 lengths. We're 20 minutes away, race 2.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Elisa, are you much of a bingo player?
Yes, I've played bingo.
So on my bingo cards, I like to have certain numbers. On my bingo card in the opener, I did not have Monty's Inn going after Texas Holiday.
No.
Monty's Inn came from dead last time out to win.
I know. But then on the other hand, you know, we've been touting these Stu Simon horses as second start off the layoff, and this one, Regal Moment, turned things around.
And guess what? Post won yet again.
The rail.
Race number 2 will start off the pick 5. Pool guaranteed here today at $50,000. We're going to go 6.5 furlongs. Again, just that notation to your program. The 5 did not lose by 3/4 of a length. Finished second, 3 3/4 of a length in behind Harper City last time out. Let's begin though with number 1, this being Harper City. It was an improved race last time out, but obviously not one that was able to race all that effectively against Banker's Hours.
Right, so this is Divine Leader.
What
You
did I
said
call it?
Harper City. Where are you?
Oh, because I was just talking about Harper City on the 5 Banker's Hours. Sorry,
Okay,
my
got
mistake.
it. Okay, good. Because then I started looking and thinking, are we on the second
No,
race?
my apologies. The Divine Leader who
Okay,
finished third
got it.
against Banker's Hours. Banker's Hours ran against Harper City last time out. I'm a little bit rusty off
It's
the layoff.
okay. It's okay. You'll be better second start.
That's right.
And Devin Gittins, great to see him here today, taking a break from his commentary with the FIFA World Cup. I mean, I don't know if you guys have been watching the FIFA coverage, but his doppelganger works the desk there, and he wasn't here last Saturday or Sunday, and I thought maybe it really is Devin Gittins at FIFA, but no. So he's back here today. He's got 2 in this spot, Divine Leader and Cut 'em Loose, both for Chickadance. Now this horse will get the services of Sky Chernetz. It looks to me like she had choices. She could have gone to either the 1 or the 3. She opts to take the 1 horse, who was second last start off. And the last time that they did race this horse, she took a lot of play. Banker's Hours, of course, ended up getting the win at not a huge price, but still, this one was the favorite. So a little disappointing. Now, one thing we can say is that that barn had been quite cold, and now this barn is starting to warm things up again. So the water's getting warmer, and here's a horse who could certainly hit the top 4.
Bold Reload is number 2. Ran against Banker's Hours last time out. Now start number 2 off the bench.
So came back to race for $7,500 and is back in for the same price tag. I mean, this horse has kind of hovered around this tag since last August and has been effective for this price tag as well, and can be a horse that wants to go to the front end. So let's see what happens. Second start off of the layoff, they do switch up riders, which is interesting as well. It's Campos who will now take over for Austin Adams, and he can get some run out of horses on the front end. So just watch for this too.
Number 3 is Cut 'em Loose, and Devin Gittins has 2 in this race, as you spoke of, and this is where we find Deshaun Bynum.
Yeah, so a new rider to this horse, and we find the Devin will use quite a few riders in our colony, but so far he hasn't had a ton of success with Bino. He's used him only 3 times this year, and they haven't been fortunate. So it kind of makes me think that Chernetz is getting the better of the 2 with the 1.
Secret Storm is the number 4, and for about 3 weeks, Lisa has been saying, you better keep an eye on this Kieran Palmer barn, and now 2nd time off the bench.
And I'm going to use the horse in for the 2nd spot, just simply because the barn is spotting them very well this season, and they're not wasting any time, racing horses in over their heads and then having to take those drops down in price. This horse is offered up for the $7,500 price tag. What's interesting is that they took the front wraps off last start on May the 3rd as well. There's no front wraps here today. They're saying, you want to take a look at these legs? Here's an up close and personal look. So Secret Storm, certainly from a barn that you need to think about when you're playing these races, especially the claiming races. They seem to spot them very well.
Again, just want to correct the chart there for the 5 Bankers Hours. Last time out, did finish 2nd, but lost by 3 3/4 of a length, winning against Harper City. That one came off the bench for the de Rousseau outfit.
That's right, that's right. And that was actually the moneymaker from the Alan de Rousseau outfit as well from last season. It's the Beyer speed figure that kind of throws us a bit of a wrench, because this horse ran a huge lifetime high number, and not just by, a couple of points, by leaps. I mean, the previous best that this horse had was, mid to high 60s, had even run a 70 in the past as well, but this was an 80 Beyer speed figure. That's a big move. Now, if you're looking at the form, you might be a little deceived because you see that second beaten 3/4 of a length, and as Jeff has pointed out, it's not second, and we did show you the replay as well to prove that to you. The horse was second beaten 3 3/4 of a length. There was a loose horse in that race that this horse was involved in on May the 31st as well, and a loose horse can always cause some havoc too. So I say yes. I think Slade Jones has a great opportunity not only to win race number 2 on the program, but to come back later on in the card with a live horse as well, that being Society Storm in race number 4.
Is Dissectologist back? He had a terrific campaign last year, and it seemed like the busier he was, the better he was, but it took him a little while to get going this season.
Is Dissectologist a cool weather horse would be my question too, because you look at his races last year in the summer and they were so-so, but he really started to get good in November when the weather got cold. So I just wonder what he thinks. It's a cooler day today. That could help him out. I know he's making already his 4th start this season. He's often been a busy horse. Last year he had 13 starts, so it's not out of the norm to see him racing, a few more times than others might be. You get Ramiro Mirage as a new rider here today. Remember, Hernandez is on days, and with the group that he's found himself in today, he should have a legit shot to crack the top 4.
And we'll wrap it up with Enchant Me, who I thought just ran sort of so-so in his comeback race.
Yeah, you liked that horse, or was it me? One of us liked this horse. Might have even been me.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, because he's getting a little older. God, he's gorgeous though. It's going to make somebody a nice show horse down the line. I might have to talk to Santino about that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. This is where you find Austin Adams. So Austin had been the regular rider for Eddie Catrine's horse, Bold Reload, but he's going to go to Enchant Me, and we can understand why. Him and Santino DePaulo have had some great successes together, including stakes victories. Maybe 2nd start off with a layoff will give him the pass for the 1st race back. He does carry a bit of weight, so weight, I mean his own body weight. So he might need to just get a little bit more tucked up.
So the 2nd race is pretty significant from a wagering profile point of view. It starts off the pick 5, it starts off the jackpot power pick 6, it wraps up the early double, kicks off another pick 3, and Ron's best bet of the day is Bankers Hours, who is the favorite right now as we speak. And the 2nd race will be at 6.5 furlongs. Best of luck.
Who's number one? Oh!
Heading to the post parade, race 2 as they come out of the track. The only change, number 4, Secret Storm, is plus £2. 6 1/2 furlongs is the distance. This claiming race is for the 3-year-olds and up. The $50,000 guaranteed pick 5 starts here, and the jackpot power pick 6, and we're 7 minutes away. In the post parade, number 1, Divine Leader for Bruno Sugardan's, trainer Devin Gittins and rider Sky Chanette. Abraham Catrine sends out number 2, Bold Reload for 1748425, Ontario Limited. The rider is Jose Campos. Number 3, Cut 'em Loose for Bruno Sugardan's, Devin Gittins and Deshaun Bino. Radcliffe Racing Stable, owners of 4 Secret Storm in the barn of Karen Palmer, with jockey Christoph Douglas. Sekian Chung, owner of 5 Bankers Hours, trained by Danny Yu with rider Slade Jones. Number 6 Dissectologist is owned by Teresa Bryan and trained by Joe Russo with Romero Mirage. And York Tech Racing Stable with 7 Enchant Me is in the barn of Santina De Pola, Austin Adams with the ride. This second race coming up in 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Runners headed to the start. This race coming up, the second on the program, is at 6 1/2 furlongs. Current favourite number 1, and that's Divine Leader at 8 to 5. 2 to 1 for 5. Bankers Hours now 9 to 5. They're the top 2, and 5 to 1 both for Secret Storm and 6 Dissectologist as they come up. Moving forward for a start is Divine Leader for Sky Chanet's To the Rail. Very blustery conditions as we come to the start. Once again, Bold Reload has gate number 2. Forming a line, Secret Storm has stepped forward. Bold Reload and Bankers Hours about to join. And now back to favourite Bankers Hours. Pulling back is Secret Storm. Out wider on the track goes to gate 4. Pulling out again from the gate, Bold Reload stepping in. This is the start of the 50,000 guaranteed pick 5. The pool, as you can see, has climbed above that. And the power pick 6, the jackpot power pick 6, starting up here. No luck yet with Secret Storm, but Bold Reload stands well. Meantime, behind the gate, Bankers Hours waiting. Back and forward in the betting between numbers 1 and 5 for top spot. Bruno Schickedans also sends out Cut 'em Loose with Devon Gittins, the trainer. So Secret Storm, the front of the gate being open now. to see if that will encourage horse 4 to oblige. Is almost there. Christoph Douglas still in the saddle on Secret Storm, steps to the line again, and this time is almost right. So the gate crew now able to close the gate from the front, and has been secured from the back, and they continue to move in. Bankers Hours, gate 5. Cut 'em loose in the white cap, Deshaun Bino. They're almost ready with the field. Dissectologist out to 6-1, and the last along will be Enchant Me. The grey to the outside gate, Enchant Me, race 2 of the day. This field is now in the gate, all in, set to run. Off their race, tossing the head, Enchant Me began well, and going to the front is Dissectologist. Away sharply is coming through the lead, Cut 'em Loose. Bankers Hours settling off the pace. On the inside goes Bold Reload to share third, and back second last, Secret Storm, and last, Divine Leader. Cut 'em Loose narrowly in front, about ahead. On the outer, Dissectologist, 2 lengths to Bold Reload to third, followed by Enchant Me, 1.5 Bankers Hours, a similar margin, Secret Storm, and the trailer a couple away is Divine Leader. Cut 'em Loose in front, leads the way for Deshaun Bino at the half mile by about 1/2 length to 3/4 now. Dissectologist second, 1.5 Bold Reload. Enchant Me is fourth as they quicken into the turn. 2.5 to Bankers Hours, ridden along. Second last, Secret Storm, and the trailer is Divine Leader. They race to the 5/16. Cut 'em Loose getting out by almost a length to Dissectologist, pushing along. About 3 away, Bold Reload coming on now. Bankers Hours and Secret Storm's finishing with a flurry. Out in front narrowly, Cut 'em Loose from on the outer, Dissectologist, and down the outside, Secret Storm is winding up well as they come inside the final furlong, and Cut 'em Loose holding Dissectologist. Secret Storm on the outside, then Bold Reload and Bankers Hours. The leader is tired, and now Secret Storm ranges up on the outside. Cut 'em Loose in front. On the outer, Secret Storm, and they will battle to the wire. Secret Storm goes to the front narrowly and gets up to win. Secret Storm from Cut 'em Loose. In third, Dissectologist, and fourth, Bankers Hours. 1:18.14. The winner is number 4, Secret Storm, over 3, Cut 'em Loose, 6, Dissectologist, and 5, Bankers Hours. Numbers of 4, 3, 6, 5. The first quarter in 22-1, 1/2 mile was up in 44-2, 3/4 1:10-2, and the race time 1:18.14. Numbers 4, 3, 6, 5. Secret Storm is the winner. Secret Storm going on to the victory is further success for the barn of Karen Palmer. And congrats going out to Christoph Douglas with the winning ride for Radcliffe Racing Stable. And this is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding who is by Tamakus from Don't Tell Lou, has gone off at very good odds here today as well. Secret Storm is the unofficial winner, and that will be further success, so makes it 4. The record from a career of 29 starts, also 4 seconds and 5/3, a model of consistency in that regard. Awaiting the result to become official on race number 2. The winner, by the way, Secret Storm, was bred in Ontario by Sangril Investments, LLC. And the return is in. Secret Storm has paid very well. $16.10 for the win. $7.90 to place, $5.10 to show. And number 3, Cut 'em Loose, $13.40 and $8 even. And number 6, Dissectologist, $5.30. Big Exacta, 4-3, $189.50. The Trifecta 4, 3-6, $506.95. Number 5, fourth in the Super Paying $2,410.30. The Rolling Double to open the program, 1-4, $89.60. 3-4 Swinger, $16.45. 4-6, $7.50. And 3-6, $11.80. Payouts on the second. All in, set to run. Off their race, tossing the head in Champion began well, and going to the front is Dissectologist. Away sharply is coming through the lead, Cut 'em Loose. Banker's Hours settling off the pace. On the inside goes Bold Reload to share third, and back second last Secret Storm, and last Divine Leader. Cut 'em Loose narrowly in front, about ahead. On the outer, Dissectologist, 2 lengths to Bold Reload to third, followed by Enchant Me, 1.5 Banker's Hours. A similar margin, Secret Storm, and the trailer a couple away is Divine Leader. Cut 'em Loose in front, leads the way for Deshaun Bino at the half mile by about a half a length to 3/4 now. Dissectologist second, 1.5 Bold Reload. Enchant Me is fourth as they quicken into the turn. 2.5 to Banker's Hours, ridden along. Second last Secret Storm, and the trailer is Divine Leader. They race to the 5/16. Cut 'em Loose getting out by almost a length to Dissectologist, pushing along. About 3 away, Bold Reload coming on now. Banker's Hours, and Secret Storm's finishing with a flurry. Out in front narrowly, Cut 'em Loose from on the outer, Dissectologist, and down the outside Secret Storm is winding up well as they come inside the final furlong, and Cut 'em Loose holding Dissectologist. Secret Storm on the outside, then Bold Reload and Banker's Hours. The leader is tired, and now Secret Storm ranges up on the outside. Cut 'em Loose in front. On the outer, Secret Storm, and they will battle to the wire. Secret Storm goes to the front narrowly and gets up to win. Secret Storm from Cut 'em Loose. In third, Dissectologist, and fourth, Banker's Hours. 118.14. Look there at the finish order from the previous race, race 2. There are no changes. Race 3 post time will be in 19 minutes. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Well, 2 off-the-pace winners so far on the program here today. I must admit, going into the card, I thought maybe Speed would do well with the win so far, but that's not been the case. And just a notation as well in regards to rider Christoph Douglas. He is now a 5-pound apprentice with that victory with Secret Storm. And the Kieran Palmer barn continues to roll.
Guess what? They got one in here too, and that's the 6, Michaela, currently at odds of 7-2.
Race 3 on the card will be at 7/8 of a mile in here, and we're going to go for a purse of $28,600. I wrote down in my program, no speed on paper, so I'm kind of curious who does get to the front in this race. Let's first of all start off with the one that's being Poetic Amy, who's in for an all-time low price tag.
I don't like this drop down today, Jeff, because that last race, where this horse is not even really involved and has beaten 16 lengths for 25,000. This just looks like a fire sale, like he wants to unload this mare here today. She's going to have to actually prove something to us, and that's that she's actually interested in competing this afternoon, currently offered up for the $7,500 price tag.
The number 2 is That's It, That's All. Was in a very difficult spot last time out. This is a more realistic spot, I would say.
Yeah, but those other races before, when she was in the 75 nominators, the 3 nominators of a race in a year, she didn't really show too much interest. And just looking at her right now, she's just kind of dull in the paddock as well. Jason Hoyt will do the riding on this one for Deb Rhombus, who her barn has been doing well. I mean, her horses have been clicking. It's just this one looks kind of quiet in the paddock.
Sterling Heights is the number 3. Bit of an interesting notation on this one. Speaking of Debbie Rhombus, she's going to take this horse off of Lasix here today.
Yeah, so Deb's got 2 in this spot. I'm really not sure which one of the 2 I prefer. I guess maybe Sterling Heights off of the 3rd place finish a couple of starts back at 6.5 furlongs. But that last race at 7/8 of a mile, this horse did back up. So, we have some horses here who have been struggling to find the winner's circle, and some of them are really going to have to turn on the gas here today.
Well, Sight to Sea's had a tough go of it since coming here to Woodbine. Even with the drop last time, it didn't go all that well.
Jeff. I mean, this is the story of this race. We've talked about the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4. I mean, so far, the first 4 horses that we've been chatting about just haven't shown us that much interest in the game lately. I mean, this is a horse who's come back with a couple of races since, going racing down in New York. This is a horse that they took for some money, 17.5 US. That's like 25,000 Canadian, and is offered up for 7,500. To me, it's another one just flashing the fire sale tag.
Let's get to the number 5 now, that being Speak Up. And Speak Up had a good run last time out. Could this be Nick Noswenko's first winner of the season?
I think now we're kind of getting into 2 horses who are players, actually 3 horses who are players here. Speak Up showed interest. Speak Up raced very well at 7/8 of a mile, so that's good. We got a horse who's interested in competing. We got a horse who was very effective at the 7/8 of a mile distance. We have the regular rider back aboard here again today for a barn that's been knocking on the door. They just haven't been able to open the door up. I think this is the horse that gets them the breakthrough win.
Michaela is the number 6, and this is where we find Kieran Palmer's charge in this spot and does get in for a bit of an easier price tag today.
Here's that hot barn, so I have to take my own advice, which is to use these Kieran Palmer horses, especially when we're looking at the claiming races that he enters, because he really does put them in spots where they can win. Now, this horse was last seen winning at 1 1/16. I kind of feel like today might be the stepping stone. You know, we're going to go 7/8 of a mile with the ultimate goal of stretching out to 2 turns. But the barn has been very, very live. They just gave you a winner, Secret Storm, at a really good price.
And we'll wrap it up with number 7, that's being Zippy Gamble. And Dale Powell will send out this horse. It's been very busy so far this year.
Very busy. This is the 5th start already for this horse too, but the fact that she should be more than fit, helps her work her way into the top 4, and against some horses, like we've said, that just haven't been cutting the mustard as of late. Really, the 5 and the 6 are standouts. I'm surprised to see this 3 horse taking the play at 3-1 along with the 1 horse, because that drop for the 1 is a hot potato drop.
Yeah, it is. It's scary. And the horse is taking some money, but I got to go elsewhere here in this spot.
Yep.
So we just saw an upset to start off the pick 5 and the pick 6. What's going to happen here in race number 3? We're going to go 7/8 of a mile, and it's coming up next.
It is the call to post. Our third race, no changes, will be 7 furlongs. This conditional claimer, fillies and mares, 3 and up, non-winners of 3 or non-winners since this time last year, heading to the post parade. Third in 8 minutes. In the post parade, here is the field, race 3. Number 1, Poetic Amy, is to be ridden by Sky Chanets for Bruno Schickedans and Devon Gittins. Number 2, That's It, That's All. The rider is Jason Hoyt and is in the saddle here for Deborah Rhombus and the ownership of DR Against the Wind Incorporated. Number 3, Sterling Heights, Pan Am Racing owner Deborah Rhombus, trainer with Praven Badry. Bruno Schickedans and Devon Gittins combine with number 4, Sight to See, the rider Romero Mirage. Ignacio Wenko, owner-trainer of number 5, Speak Up, with jockey David Moran. Number 6, Michaela for Radcliffe Racing Stable, Karen Palmer and Zarel Ford. And number 7 is Zippy Gamble, is raced and trained by Dale Powell and the rider Jalon Samuel. The field is headed to the 7 furlongs, race 3, 5 minutes away. Three minutes. Loading for the start, race 3, and Poetic Amy has gone forward for Sky Chanette. That's it, that's all. Draws alongside. Sight to see into gate 4. Moving up for a start is That's It, That's All for Jason Hoyt. David Moran on Speak Up. The field at the 7 furlongs. Brighter skies, nonetheless. The wind is still swirling around. Going in is Michaela. Into gate 3, Sterling Heights. And to the outside gate, Zippy Gamble. They've moved in well. Stand by for a start. Zippy Gamble and Jalon Samuel complete the lineup. They're all in and ready to run off their race. And in the air at the break, That's It, That's All's back last. Michaela and Zippy Gamble best away from the outside. A length and a half clear. Speak Up is there, and moving up fast is Sight to See, dashing up on the extreme outside to hit the front. In behind them early, Sterling Heights. Next to last is Poetic Amy, and last of all, That's It, That's All. Without any opposition, and Romero Mirage has taken an assertive role here. Sight to See bowls along in front and dashes out in about a 3-length gap. Quickly getting to work, Speak Up's now a length and a half away. They've come clear of Michaela on the inside of Zippy Gamble as they settle up the back stretch. That's It, That's All shading Sterling Heights, and dropping to the tail is Poetic Amy. As they race to the 3.5, Sight to See by over a length, Speak Up. A length and a half, Michaela. On the outer, Zippy Gamble. 3 wide, That's It, That's All is running on. Back to second last again, Sterling Heights. And the trailer off the rail, Poetic Amy. They come to the 5/16. Speak Up pushing for the lead. Joining on the inside, Sight to See. And coming 3 wide, Zippy Gamble. 4 wide, That's It, That's All. And going for the rail is Michaela. And as they turn, Sterling Heights at the back with Poetic Amy. Anyone's race. Going to the front, Zippy Gamble. And down the outside, coming is Sterling Heights between runners. Looks for a run. Speak Up fighting on. Zippy Gamble, Speak Up. Sterling Heights is at danger and doesn't know which way to go, but is coming after this leader. And is the danger now to Zippy Gamble, and Sterling Heights trying to straighten up, but Zippy Gamble's in front as they go to the wire. Zippy Gamble just won from Sterling Heights, and back third Speak Up, and then came That's It, That's All. 125.62. A photo for the win. First quarter 23 3, a half a mile was 46 4, 3 quarters 111 4. The time 125.62. Number 7, Zippy Gamble, is first. Second is 3, Sterling Heights. Third 5, Speak Up. And number 2, That's It, That's All, was fourth. 7 3 5 2, the unofficial top 4. We have a rider's claim of foul, second against the winner at the 8th pole. The rider of the 3, Sterling Heights, against number 7, Zippy Gamble, at the 8th pole. All tickets must be held. A rider's claim of foul, second against first. There is no change. That claim of foul not allowed, insufficient interference to warrant a DQ, and so the result stands, and it'll become official on 7-3-5-2. The winner, Zippy Gamble, and that is success for owner-trainer Dale Powell. And Zippy Gamble, bred by Tall Oaks Farm in Ontario, is a bay 4-year-old filly by Gamble's Exchange from Avies Zip. The winning rider, Chalon Samuel. That is win number 3 for Zippy Gamble. That was the scene earlier in the win. Zippy Gamble, the winner of race 3. Here are the payouts. A good return. The winner, number 7, has paid for the win. $17.50 Zippy Gamble, $6.60 to place, and $4.10 to show. That exact is 7-3, $64.40, and the try, 7-3-5, $116.90. 7-3-5-2 Super, $589.95. The double, 4-7, $280, 10 cents. 1-4-7 in the pick 3. First 3 winners paying $572.55. Swinger 3-7, $535, 5-7, $8.40, and 3-5, $5.55. Race 3 payouts. Win photo. All in and ready to run off their race. And in the air at the break, that's it, that's all's back last. Michaela and Zippy Gamble best away from the outside. A length and a half clear. Speak Up is there, and moving up fast is Sight to See, dashing up on the extreme outside to hit the front. In behind them early, Sterling Heights. Next to last is Poetic Amy, and the last of all, That's It, That's All. Without any opposition, and Romero Mirage has taken an assertive role here. Sight to See bowls along in front and dashes out in about a 3-length gap. Quickly getting to work, Speak Up's now a length and a half away. They've come clear of Michaela on the inside of Zippy Gamble as they settle up the back stretch. That's It, That's All shading Sterling Heights, and dropping to the tail is Poetic Amy. As they race to the 3.5, Sight to See by over a length, Speak Up. A length and a half, Michaela. On the outer, Zippy Gamble. 3 wide, That's It, That's All is running on. Back to second last again, Sterling Heights. And the trailer off the rail, Poetic Amy. They come to the 5/16. Speak Up pushing for the lead. Joining on the inside, Sight to See. And coming 3 wide, Zippy Gamble. 4 wide, That's It, That's All. And going for the rail is Michaela. And as they turn, Sterling Heights at the back with Poetic Amy. Anyone's race. Going to the front, Zippy Gamble. And down the outside, coming is Sterling Heights between runners. Looks for a run. Speak Up fighting on. Zippy Gamble, Speak Up. Sterling Heights is at danger and doesn't know which way to go, but is coming after this leader, and is the danger now to Zippy Gamble, and Sterling Heights trying to straighten up, but Zippy Gamble's in front as they go to the wire. Zippy Gamble just won from Sterling Heights, and back third Speak Up, and then came That's It, That's All. 125.62. A look at the final order of finish, race 3. We're off the turf for race 4. It's a switch in distance from 7.5 furlongs to 7. And take out the 4 Fast Charlie as a steward scratch. Do note the main track only entrant. Awesome Beat gets a start, number 9. This race will be up in 23 minutes.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Some nice prices to start off the day right here at Woodbine. Here's a recap of the winners at this point. 4-1, Regal Moments. Secret Storm, 7-1. Zippy Gamble, 7-1. All off the pace winners to this portion of the program. Fourth race now on the main, going 7/8 of a mile. This is a main optional 40. And keynote speaker right now, the choice. I thought that Society Storm would be the favorite in this race, but very nice price on that one at odds of 6-1. So keynote speaker ran once down at Gulfstream, Elisa, but the result here at Woodbine with the drop was much better.
Right, and that's a pretty big drop from maiden special weight in Florida to drop in for the optional 40 here. And he almost was able to hold on and get the win, but he ended up getting gobbled up by Noburu and Maker's Flatter and Society Storm, who he happens to race against here today. He is the 6 horse, like you said, at a pretty good price right now of 6-1. So they have to switch up riders as Pietro Moran is off on days. So it is Romero Mirage, who has been a really nice addition, a welcome addition to our Jocks colony, which is incredibly big. We have a really big colony, so to break through here and get into some of these top outfits is a feather in his cap.
Rick Hayashi's got his Blue Jay cap on today, and he's excited that the Jays have swept those silly Red Sox, and now he's going to cheer on No Cape here coming up in race number 4.
Well, when we talked about our plays of the day, I said my play of the day was the Blue Jays, and good thing I picked them because the other horses that I picked, they haven't been there. But No Cape is a horse who was entered to compete on the 12th. Now, if I remember, I think there was a whole bunch of horses on the also list.
Yeah.
So they're here today in the 40. Now, they did drop down last season from 40 to 25, and that returned a decent 4th place finish. I would say this is a starting point today.
Number 3 is Proud Canadian, and the comeback race for this one, you know, from a speed figure point of view, it wasn't all that bad, but still wasn't able to beat anybody on that particular occasion.
And he really didn't try either, Jeff. So what did they do? They gave him the biggest equipment change you can give a boy. He is now back as a gelding. Now, not only is he back as a gelding, but they're going to put the blinkers on here and see if they can get this guy to show some kind of zip in this race. Now, maybe it was the fact that he, you know, was first start off with a layoff, and they were asking him to travel around 2 turns. You know, 7/8 of a mile might be a better starting point for him here today. But let's see what he does with that big equipment change.
Scratch number 4, Fast Charlie. Number 5 is the question mark that is Frankness, because he has ate a lot of money so far in his career.
So we all pounded him the day that he had his career debut in the optional 40, but he got beat by a stablemate in Elgin Park, who's turned out to be a really, really nice little horse. He's won a couple of races this season. Next start out, you figure, okay, Frankness is going to win by as many as he wants. And after showing a little bit of early zip, he just backed up, and he ended up finishing 6th, well beaten 14 lengths behind a really nice horse from the Gordy Colburn barn in Sammy Saurus Rex. I think Bill Theranis was incredibly disappointed in that effort, but I'm just wondering the way he stopped and how quickly he stopped, and you know, that he's already a Lasix horse, if maybe something happened, like his air got shut off, he flipped his palate, you know, something there happened where he shut off his air. And now today, guess what? He's not in for 10. He's not in for cheap. He's back in this optional 40. And you and I have talked about this on the pregame show. Bill Theranis is great with this condition book. If horses don't cut the mustard in his barn, he is really quick to drop them in, and that is not the case. So I think Bill is telling us here today that he has confidence in this horse winning this race. I'm going to use him in my top 2. If he wins, great. But, you know, I still think the fact that he hasn't dropped him in is a real good talking point.
Society Storm is the number 6, was on the Clocker Report back on May the 24th and ran a very good race. What I love, Elisa, it was going long, which is tough to do first time out, and never really got a breather in that race either.
No, and Noburu got beat by a good horse. So the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is, you know, we saw this great race at First Asking. I just kind of hope he can replicate that. He's a big horse. Just look at him with that big Roman nose on him. Wow. He's going to be easy to spot out on the racetrack, and all those white legs that he's got too. He's an interesting individual to take a look at. He'll be easy to find on the racetrack. I just want to see exactly the same punch that he had in that first Lifetime start. I don't want to see any type of regression. If that's the trick, then he's in the winner's circle.
Well, you and I should have numerous segments on this show that we could name. One of them would be 3 out of 4 when we do our pick 4 tickets.
Yes.
And another one would be, is it too late? And what we mean by that is the drop here with Beyond Adversity, because now in start number 18 is finally in for a claiming price.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Jeff. I mean, there were so many opportunities to drop in for 40, and they never took it. And now you have a horse who's been beaten double digits on multiple occasions, going out for the 18th time. Like, what kind of confidence does he have here today? Might take another drop to get it done.
Shep Oval is the number 8. Unfortunately, he ran against a Chiefswood horse that might have been taking at edge. That was first timer that was in for a tag for 40 and that romped.
Yeah, and he didn't break well either. So, you know, that didn't help him. But then it was like a little light bulb went on all of a sudden late in the race, and he decided he wanted to play. Now, keep in mind, all of his races prior had been in California on the turf. He had never tried a synthetic surface before, and we've seen this in the past. Think about the horse that won the Breeders last year when he came up for the King's Plate.
Oh, Tom's Magic.
Tom's Magic. And what Rafael Hernandez said after the race was that, he just didn't grab the racetrack, and then all of a sudden when he did, it was just a bit too late, right? Might be the same thing. This horse has been really used to competing on the turf. He might have just figured out the synthetic surface in his first start back, his first start for this new outfit, and he could be a player in this spot.
Awesome Beat was doing his rain dance in his stall, and he got his wish as he gets to play. He was an MTO today.
Exactly. So whereas the 8 wanted the race probably to stay on the turf, the 9 was hoping for it to come off. So we're going to blame that storm last night on Sittard, whose barn has been firing on all cylinders. We always like this drop from Maiden Special, and this is a big drop because that's Maiden Special at Keeneland. So you know that this horse was hooking tough ones in the spring at Keeneland, and now here in the optional 40.
Pick 4 time. Not a great day for favorites so far on the program. We're going to go 7 furlongs. Here's a look at Robert's Pick 4 ticket. Usually he gives us the stars that indicate his top picks, but maybe was a little bit perplexed putting together his ticket today. No key for him along the way. He's going to go 2 by 3, 2 by 2. And that's a $1 ticket that will cost you $24 if you want to play along with our track announcer's Pick 4 ticket today. 6 is staying inside the paddock area. Not sure what's going on with that one. That being Society Storm. We will keep it posted there. It's race number 4 from Woodbine coming up in 11.
On the way to the post-parade, race 4 is off the turf. We're at the 7 furlongs, the main track, and scratch the 4. Fast Charlie is a steward scratch. This race is a maiden optional claiming race for the 3-year-olds and up. The 9 draws in. Awesome Beat is a main track only entrant. We're 9 minutes away. Here is the field. Number 1, keynote speaker Kevin Attard, the trainer for Windstar Farm LLC and Barron Thoroughbreds LLC with Romero Mirage. 2 is No Cape for the estate of Paul Buttigieg, Rick Hayashi, the trainer, with David Moran. Number 3 is proudly Canadian Jose Campos, the rider, for Alistair Sherman, with Anika Murray, the owner. 4 is a scratch. Number 5, Frankness in the barn of William Theranos, owner's Natural Aid Stable, Alan Alba, and Frank Russo. The rider is Emma Jane Wilson. Number 6, Society Storm for Joe Pignatelli, Krista Cole, and Dave Pariachi, Krista Cole trainer. Rider is Slade Jones. 7, Beyond Adversity in the barn of Catherine Ranford for Rainbird Stable with Praven Badri. Number 8, Shapoval. Robert M. Jones is the owner, Dale DeRusso trainer with Fraser Abley. And 9 is Awesome Beat with Eswan Flores riding for Sid Attard and Stronach Stables. We are 6 minutes away. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day. Three minutes. On the way to the starting gate, the betting has shifted quite a bit. Keynote Speaker did open as 2-1 favourite, but is now 9-2. Late money coming in for Frankness and Society's Storm and Shapoval and Awesome Beat. 4 horses that could easily, maybe even 5, could jump as favourite. As they arrive at the gate, the wind has not let up. They're moving up. Keynote Speaker for Romero Mirage to the rail. This race switched from the turf to the main track. 7 furlongs is the amended distance. Frankness is the next to load. The Chestnut going up. No Cape. Draws gate 2. Slay Jones on Society's Storm. About to follow. No Cape and Society's Storm take up position now, and out wider Beyond Adversity. Proudly Canadian steps in. First time gelding here at big odds. Brave and Badry, Beyond Adversity, and the last Shapoval or Awesome Beat. Shapoval looks beautifully turned out, 9-2. The last along is Awesome Beat, who draws into the field with the switch to the main track. They're set to run in the gate. Locked up. And they're off, and as they break back to the tail, No Cape and Keynote Speaker, and now Society's Storm dips to the last position, and going out in front is Frankness, and swiftly got out to lead by a couple of lengths to Awesome Beat, and on the inside to second, Proudly Canadian. Shapoval is racing in 4th. Keynote Speaker behind them. On the outside, Beyond Adversity. Second last, No Cape, and Society Storm is Absolute. Showing the way, Frankness, 5/8 to run by a length and a half. Awesome Beat. Third placing is Proudly Canadian from Shapoval. Society Storm's wide on the track and is going up fast on the outside after beginning at the back. And towards the tail, a Keynote Speaker, Beyond Adversity, and No Cape is last. They race off the turn, and Frankness by a length to Awesome Beat. Society Storm on the rails is Proudly Canadian. One away, Shapoval, followed on the rails by Keynote Speaker, and pushing along Beyond Adversity. 4 lengths away last, No Cape. Frankness headed off. Awesome Beat takes the lead. Society Storm hasn't had a breather, is under the whip, but trying to get them. About 3 lengths away, Shapoval, and on the inside, Proudly Canadian. And as they turn, Awesome Beat in the center, and on the outside, Society Storm, and battling away on the rails, Frankness, and behind them, Shapoval. Awesome Beat, who drew into the field as the switch to the main track could be the tonic, and running on is Shapoval, and Awesome Beat's got it well and truly won here. Awesome Beat's out by 4 lengths and going on to score by 5, make it 5.5. Awesome Beat first, Society Storm second, Keynote Speaker third, Shapoval 4th, Proudly Canadian was next, 124.19. The winner is number 9, Awesome Beat, over 6, Society Storm, 1, Keynote Speaker, and 8, Shapoval, 9-6-1-8. Opening quarter went in 22 3, a half a mile, 45 1, 3/4 110. This final time 124.19. And Awesome Beat going on to a breakthrough win today. Congrats going out to trainer Siddharth and to Stronach Stables. It is Juan Flores as they team up with a big win. The 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by point of entry from Awesome Magnolia was bred by Adina Springs. Drew into the field as a main track only entrant and sure enjoyed the main track with a very big win. Awesome Beat the winner. It is official, and the late money sure came in for Awesome Beat as the winner has returned $4.70 as a short price favourite in the end. Number 6, Society Storm, still paying $5, $10 and $3.40, and one Keynote Speaker $3.20, and that Exacta 9, $6, $24.60. Trifecta 9, $6, $1, $50 even, and the Super with number 8 in fourth, $146.10. 7, 9 double, $68.90. The pick 3, 4, 7, 9 or 474, $249.95, 6-9 swinger 470, 1-9 330, 1-6 $4.30. Race 4 payouts. Negate, locked up, and they're off, and as they break back to the tail, No Cape and Keynote Speaker, and now Society Storm dips to the last position, and going out in front is Frankness, and swiftly got out to lead by a couple of lengths to Awesome Beat, and on the inside to second, Proudly Canadian. Chapoval is racing in fourth. Keynote Speaker behind them on the outside Beyond Adversity. Second last No Cape, and Society Storm is Absolute. Showing the way Frankness, 5/8 to run by a length and a half. Awesome Beat. Third placing is Proudly Canadian from Chapoval. Society Storm's wide on the track and is going up fast on the outside after beginning at the back. And towards the tail, a Keynote Speaker, Beyond Adversity, and No Cape is last. They race off the turn, and Frankness by a length to Awesome Beat. Society Storm on the rails is Proudly Canadian. One away Chapoval, followed on the rails by Keynote Speaker, and pushing along Beyond Adversity. 4 lengths away last No Cape. Frankness headed off. Awesome Beat takes the lead. Society Storm hasn't had a breather, is under the whip but trying to get them. About 3 lengths away Chapoval, and on the inside Proudly Canadian. And as they turn, Awesome Beat in the centre, and on the outside Society Storm, and battling away on the rails Frankness, and behind them Chapoval. Awesome Beat, who drew into the field as the switch to the main track could be the tonic, and running on is Chapoval, and Awesome Beat's got it well and truly won here. Awesome Beat's out by 4 lengths and going on to score by 5, make it 5.5. Awesome Beat first, Society Storm second, Keynote Speaker third, Chapoval fourth, Proudly Canadian was next, 124.19. There's the finish order. There are no changes. Race 5, post time 19 minutes away.
Well, our first favorite just struck. It was an MTO and holds off the one that Elisa and I liked in that race, and that was Society Storm. But Austin beat just too much pony for that group and pulls off the victory in a time of 1:24 as the roll continues for Sittard.
I was just going to say, how good is this Sittard barn? I don't care what he sends out, just put it in your ticket.
Race number 5, your last chance to play a pick 3 on the program. 15,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 are going 5.5 furlongs. Here's a look at Sirius Green. Rode a golden rail to victory last time out and now will face winners.
Well prepped to get the first score back on May the 22nd, and they used the waiver claim that day. So today they're saying we don't really want to lose this horse for a lower tag. We'd rather try to step it up against 15,000 non-winners of 2. Now, it did take this horse quite a long time to get the maiden out of the way. It was the 16th lifetime try. Sometimes we find that the light bulb goes off and they are quickly zipping through their conditions. And sometimes we find that they are a little lonely when they move up to non-winners at 2. Let's see how this guy does here today, or this filly does here today. She's not going to be too far off of the speed.
Number 2 is Scary Speedy. Was a Stewart scratch for 7,500 non-2 on June the 5th, and now resurfaces for 15 non-2.
And she can be quick out of the gate. I mean, she's been able to put up some clockings that are quite quick in the early stages. The issue she has is she'll flash that speed, but she just can't continue with it. Because she just goes lights out too early. But 8-1, the price on this horse with Gaskin doing the riding first start of the season.
We go now to the number 3, and here this being Mo Argento, currently favored right now at 3-2, has been based down at Fort Erie, getting ready.
So Helen Vanek, we talked about this. I would say it might have been 97, somewhere around there, when Helen won the Apprentice Jockey of the Year Sovereign Award. And she's been such a great athlete over the years, not only competing here, but down in the United States. Remember, she moved her tack down there, I think after she lost her bug, and then came back home and was riding quarter horses. She's been the outrider at Fort Erie as well. And it's kind of fun to see that she decided to bring her tack out again and take another crack at riding. She's riding primarily for her own outfit, This is her partner that trains these horses, Nick Malini, so no doubt about it. She's aboard for all these workouts as well. And I think it's interesting that they decided to take a flyer and come here to race at Woodbine instead of racing in their own backyard.
Complex Secret is the number 4. The comeback race was terrific, but yet another different pilot aboard the horse here today.
Right. So it is Kamari Blaquette who takes over here today. Now, that being said, Kamari and Mike Mattini have teamed up for a win this season. One of the things that really kind of made me go, was the fact that this horse was a void claim in the last start of 2025. But it looks like all that she needed was some time to refresh. You know, whatever it was that was bugging her, didn't bug her when she came back on May the 15th because she was closing very, very well. Just got denied by Sobiak, who at the time was in the Kevin Attard barn and has been a private purchase since.
The number 5 is Bedtime, just continues to drop down in class.
Yeah, and when Bedtime was really at her best, she used to be pretty fast out of the gate as well. It's that line that you see where she walked off at Gulfstream Park that kind of, again, makes you wonder, because the comeback race for 40, she showed a little zip backed up. The next race they dropped her in for 25, showed a little zip backed up. Now here we are for an all-time low price tag. She might be one of the pace setters in this race.
And we'll wrap it up with Jinx Me, who comes off the layoff in here for Jason Morocco.
I think we were all pretty excited about what we saw from Jinx Me in the if it wasn't the first lifetime start, it was the second lifetime start. And we really thought that this horse would break her maiden in those optional 40s, but they had to drop her all the way down for 7,500 to get the win. And even then, there were no takers. They put her in for 4,500, and Jason Morocco decided to drop a slip. It's not a big outfit. Blinkers will be added for the first start back.
Lisa's going to take a shot with the 4. I'll take a shot with the 3, who is back here at Woodbine as we're just waiting the call for Riders Up. It's your last chance to play a pick 3. It goes as race number 5, and it's coming up next.
Call to post as we come to race 5. There are no changes. They'll go 5 1/2 furlongs. This is a conditional claiming race for fillies and mares who are 3 years of age and up and non-winners of 2. Post time in 8 minutes, race 5. Let's take a look at the field. The post parade for race 5 is led by number 1, Serious Scream. The rider, Romero Mirage, is owned by Archie Lee with the trainer as Rodney Barrow. Number 2, Scary Speedy, is raced by Rosetta Edwards. Trainer Ryan Jones. The jockey is Deshaun Gaskin. Bruno Shikadans, owner of number 3, Mo Argento. Nick Maleni Jr., trainer on board Helen Vanek. 4 is Complex Secret, trained by Mike Mattini for Michael Bellissimo with Kamari Blackett. 5, Bedtime, raced and trained by Gail Cox. The jockey is Jose Campos. And number 6, Jinx Me, is trained by Jason Morocco for Ludovino Ferreira. Daisuke Fukumoto, the rider. This field 5 minutes from the start. Race 5, 5 1/2 furlongs. Three minutes. They're approaching the starting gate. This race coming up at the distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, and the favourite is number 3 Mo Argento with Helen Vanek in the saddle, and Bedtime is second pick currently at 5-2. As they come forward, Sirius Green is the ride here for Romero Mirage, looking to get another victory with this runner who was a last start winner as they move in. Going up is Scary Speedy to gate number 2. The wind has not relented whatsoever throughout the day. So very blustery, in fact, almost gale force conditions in the backstretch. Mo Argento coming up to gate 3. Complex Secret getting some late money, but not as much as last time so far at 3-1 as they move in. Bedtime to gate 5. And the last will be Daisuke Fukumoto with Jinx Me, who adds the blinkers today. Stand by for a start. They're almost right. Fillies and mares are set to run. And they're off. And back last, Sirius Green. Scary Speedy goes straight to the front. Away well is Mo Argento, and they push the pace out by 1.5 lengths to Bedtime. Off the track is Jinx Me. Up the inside, Sirius Green. Last early is Complex Secret. Running out in front, Scary Speedy by 3 parts, Mo Argento. 1.5 lengths Bedtime. Now trying to get across toward the inside is Jinx Me ahead of Sirius Green. And a length away last. Complex Secret about 6 off the lead as they head into the turn, and Scary Speedy out in front by almost 1 length to Mo Argento. Couple away, Bedtime. They've come away in groups of 3. About 6 behind them is Jinx Me. Complex Secret is running up on the outside of Sirius Green and making ground. Turning in front and Scary Speedy by 1.5 lengths. Mo Argento. Bedtime hooks to the inside. Down the stretch. And Scary Speedy has gone further ahead. Out by about 3 lengths. Bedtime, Mo Argento, and on the outside, Complex Secret's running on. Scary Speedy has been scary and speedy for the others. At the 16th pole is out by 5, and they've made late ground, and they're swooping with Complex Secret and Jinx Me, but it's far too late. Scary Speedy just wins for fun. About 5 lengths to Complex Secret, Jinx Me, Sirius Green, Bedtime, and last, Mo Argento. The race time 1:5:28. You'll find a big win to number 2, and that is Scary Speedy over 4, Complex Secret, 6, Jinx Me, and 1, Sirius Green, 2, 4, 6, 1. The opening quarter in 22, the half a mile, 45, and 58 flat for the 5/8. The final time is 1:5:28. Scary Speedy went straight out in front and never looked back here. The Chestnut 4-year-old filly recording a second career success with a big winning margin. Congrats to trainer Ryan Jones and owner Rosetta Edwards, and winning rider Deshaun Gaskin. Scary Speedy is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Shaman Ghost from Hot Society, was bred by Robert Marzilli in Ontario. That result is official prices up shortly. And Scary Speedy has returned for the win, $14.60. $6.90 to place, $4.10 to show. 4 Complex Secret, $3.90 and $3.30, and 6 Jinx Me, $4.80. Exacta 2 $436.70. The try 246 $112.80. Number 1 fourth in the Super, $312.10. The rolling double 9 into 2 $70.30. The pick 3 numbers 792 or 742 $164.35. Swinger 2-4 $420, 2-6 $790, 4-6 $635. They're the payouts on the 5th race. And they're off. And back last, Serious Green. Scary Speedy goes straight to the front. Away well is Mo Argento, and they push the pace out by 1.5 lengths to Bedtime. Off the track is Jinx Me. Up the inside, Serious Green. Last early is Complex Secret. Running out in front, Scary Speedy by 3 parts, Mo Argento. 1.5 lengths Bedtime. Now trying to get across toward the inside is Jinx Me ahead of Serious Green. And a length away last. Complex Secret about 6 off the lead as they head into the turn, and Scary Speedy out in front by almost 1 length to Mo Argento. Couple away Bedtime. They've come away in groups of 3. About 6 behind them is Jinx Me. Complex Secret is running up on the outside of Serious Green and making ground. Turning in front and Scary Speedy by 1.5 lengths. Mo Argento. Bedtime hooks to the inside down the stretch, and Scary Speedy has gone further ahead, out by about 3 lengths. Bedtime, Mo Argento, and on the outside, Complex Secrets running on. Scary Speedy has been scary and speedy for the others. At the 16th pole is out by 5, and they've made late ground, and they're swooping with Complex Secret and Jinx Me, but it's far too late. Scary Speedy just wins for fun. About 5 lengths to Complex Secret, Jinx Me, Serious Green, Bedtime, and last, Mo Argento. The race time 1:5:28. Finish order shows now for the 5th race. On to race 6, scratch number 3. Armored Guard is out as a vet scratch. Post time will be up in 19 minutes. Make that 18 minutes to the 6th.
Another nice price on today's card of race. Another 6-to-1 shot. We've had two 7-to-1 shots. A 6-to-1 shot. A Scary Speedy easily takes race number 5. And now we fast forward here to the 6, going 6.5 furlongs, 25,000 claimers, non-winners of 2. Elisa, there's a Cititard horse in the race. You want to just turn the page and move on?
Well, put him on your ticket, that's for sure.
He's got the number 4, that being Spell Check, right now on the top board odds of 2-to-1. Here's a live look in at our pick, and this is Sills Gamble, who was a bit of a handful to get the tack on, but I thought ran a tremendous race last time.
He did, yeah, she did, I should say. She finished in a good third, and which was a great start for the first effort back. You got to figure off of that race, she should be positioning herself in a great spot to get the win second start off of the layoff. The trick is just to get these the hood on with this horse here today, the blinkers, sorry. And then once we get her back walking again, I'm sure she'll settle down, and then all we got to do is get the rider on her back and over to the track. Now, Fraser had a win in the opener on the program today with Regal Moment. He is definitely one of the go-to riders for the Josie Carroll outfit, which has enjoyed a banner 2026.
Clocker horse today is the number 2, this being Design Diva. They're going to take advantage of the waiver claim. I just don't know about the distance.
The distance and the surface, like this horse is only a one-time winner, obviously, because we're nominators of 2, but that win did take place on the turf. I think I've said this a few times today. I feel like a bit of a broken record, but I feel like we should just use this race as a starting point, because 6.5 might not be ideal. Turf might be more ideal, and going a little bit longer as well.
Spell Check is the number 4. Another one taking advantage of the waiver claim in here for one of the hottest barns going right now at Woodbine.
Yeah, Sid. And, one of the things we talked about earlier on in the meet was that the Tard barn, no matter how good the year's been now, is generally off to a slow start. Their horses, when he brings them back in off the lengthy layoff, they normally need a start. And then it's second time off of the layoff for the Cititard horses. But right now, everything he's touching is turning into gold. Spellcheck is a horse making the first start of the season, comes in off of a number of works. The horses definitely should be ready to go 6.5 furlongs here today with Emma Wilson. This is a new rider to this horse. We don't see Emma over at Sid's very much, but if I'm a rider on the backstretch or I'm an agent on the backstretch, I would imagine the Cititard barn is quite busy with coffees and all sorts of stuff to try and get on horses.
Back in the day, Emma wrote a lot for Sid,
but
you're
not
right.
lately.
Yeah, it has tailed off a lot. The number 5 is Orient Beach, and when last seen was in for $40,000, and this Texas Holiday reference isn't all that good, but in that one's defense, going to involve in a wicked pace battle today.
Yeah, and the horse was with DePaulo, and then went down for January and February to Turfway, which is interesting because, he's an Ontario horse. You'd think he'd go to Kentucky to race for the money down there, but this horse went there, and the best effort was a second place finish. Just got beat when going a distance of 1 mile on their synthetic surface. Tried once for 40 non-2, and like you said, the Texas Holiday, not exactly a great reference because that horse didn't win the opener on the program, and now takes the drop in for $25,000. Maybe we wake up here on the drop.
Jason Morocco's first start here at Woodbine resulted in a 3rd place finish with Jinx Me earlier on today, and now they're going to send out Momenda here.
Yeah, so we talked about this. This is a small outfit. They did have a really nice start back with Jinx Me. This is probably, we should just put Jason Morocco on top of this stall outside, because aside from Jinx Me, almost everything else that he runs here in Toronto, he saddles outside and in that lucky spot, I would say too. First start back off of the layoff. This is a horse who he claimed last year for $10,000, and they did get a win against Maidens for $15,000, but they've been struggling when facing nominators of 2 for a quarter.
And you and I, we are stumped about the horse that he used to have that sailed out there all the time, and I'm going to look it up right now.
It was a military term, I know that.
I know, so I'm going to look it up right now.
So Phil, Elisa, keep
filling?
Yeah,
no, I'll find it here, hopefully.
Any minute now.
It was U.S. Army Corps.
There you go. We haven't seen him yet this year, but in his defense, Jason just saddled his first horse back in race number 5, so maybe he is back for another season.
Yeah,
he's not 10,
I'm looking up his age right now. So he was 2017.
Oh, not there yet.
9, so yeah.
Yeah, this is the last year for him.
U.S. Army Corps. This is great live TV. Workout history. There's a clock horse, by the way, and Design Diva.
Oh, yeah, design.
And U.S. Army Corps has not worked yet this year,
Well,
so he might be retired.
Maybe he's retired, but he did a lot of work for that outfit over the years.
Design Diva. If you're looking for a price, you're going to get it on this one, we think, and has made it onto the clock report board. And this one has been a total project, towards the races. Boy, this is a lot of staff that poor Joseph's got to pay to bring this horse
Let's
over.
hope they get to the winner's circle.
Sills Gamble right now at odds of 3-1.
Number 6 on the track early, Momanda. Call to post as they come to the post parade shortly. The upcoming 6th race without the 3 is a scratch here. Armoured Guard of Vet Scratch. 6 1/2 furlongs is the distance. And the fillies and mares 3 and up are non-winners of 2 in this conditional claiming race. Approaching the post parade 7 minutes to the start of the 6th race. Post Parade, race 6, number 1, Sills Gamble, with Fraser Abley riding for Josie Carroll and Ivan Delos. 2, Design Diva, Mike Mattini training for Michael Bellissimo with Kamari Blackett. 3 is out, number 4, Spellcheck, the rider Emma Jane Wilson for Sid Attard and owner Janice Attard. Number 5, Orient Beach, is in the barn of Mike DiPolo for Henley Thoroughbreds Limited. The rider is Austin Adams. And headed up early, number 6, Momanda. Ludovino Ferreira is the owner. Jason Morocco, the trainer, out the saddle momentarily. Daisuke Fukumoto, and there's 5 minutes to the 6th race, which starts the final rolling double here today. Bridle adjustment there for Momanda. Three minutes to place your bets, 3 minutes to a start. A check of the betting will be called around shortly. 8-5, number 1, Sills Gamble. 5, Orient Beach, 9-5 for Spell Check, 2-1. So out to 7's Design Diva and 12's Momanda. This field headed to the start. Fraser Abley on Sills Gamble being called up there. On the move to the rail is Sills Gamble. Momanda has gone in. They moved Momanda onto the track earlier and have placed Momanda in the gate. So Sills Gamble joins, and they come up next with Design Diva. Daisuke Fukumoto getting back on board Momanda, and they're almost right. Spell Check has gone in. Orient Beach is the last. Austin Adams, gate 5. Fillies and mares are all in. Locked up. Off their race, and a good start on the outside for Momanda in front as they break from Orient Beach. Spell Check, Sills Gamble, last early Design Diva. From the outside gate, Momanda accelerates toward the rail to lead by a length to Spell Check going forward. On the outside, 3 wide Orient Beach, and tucked away is Sills Gamble on their inside, moving into it well. 2.5 to 3 lengths away last Design Diva. Scooting along in front, Momanda by a long neck to Spell Check. A length and a half, Sills Gamble to third. 3 parts Orient Beach, and about 3 away last is Design Diva. The first quarter, 22-1, and Momanda still on top of Spell Check, but only about ahead. Another length and a half away is Sills Gamble, and on the outside, Orient Beach as they race in pairs the top 4, and alone at the back, Design Diva at the 5/16, and Spell Check tightening the screws on the leader. Momanda narrowly headed off by Spell Check. Orient Beach third, Sills Gamble forced to wait in behind as they turn, and Spell Check first for home, and running on is Design Diva from last. Spell Check the leader now, Sills Gamble coming through the pack. On the outside is Orient Beach and Design Diva from last. Spell Check by a length, Sills Gamble, and on the outside Orient Beach, Sills Gamble's coming now, and Sills Gamble, seeing daylight, has got the upper hand and has got it won. Sills Gamble drawing off to win by a length and 3/4. Spell Check, Momanda on the rail, held third after all that. Then Orient Beach and Design Diva was last, 1:17.60. The winner is number 1, Sills Gamble. Second is 4, Spell Check. Third, 6, Momanda. And fourth, 5, Orient Beach. 1:4.65. The first quarter in 22-1, a half a mile, 45. 3/4, 1:10.3. The time is 1:17.60. Solid win by Sills Gamble, and the favourite Has Obliged. Sills Gamble, in a second career success today, was bred by Tall Oaks Farm. Colin Delos on hand. Ivan Delos is the winning owner. Trainer Josie Carroll backed a double as the breeder's success today for Tall Oaks Farm. Fraser Abley likewise a riding double. And by Gamble's exchange from Silver Ami, this 4-year-old bay filly, Sills Gamble, goes on to win as the race favourite. $4.60 for the winner, number 1, Sills Gamble. That exacta, 1-4, $15.70. The trifecta, 39 even, and the super, 87.45, 1465. 2-1 double, $30.90, and the pick 3, 9-2-1. The winners or the scratches, 53.15. The pick 5, 4-7-9-2-1, or 4-7 into all the other combinations with the 4-9 in the third leg, or the 1-3 in the last. $5,298.40 paid well. Swing a 1-4, $1.95, 164.40, 464.40. So a double for the Tall Oaks Farm breedership today, as they got success early with Zippy Gamble, as well as Sills Gamble, and success for Fraser Ailey with Regal Moment and Sills Gamble. Payouts race 6. Off they race, and a good start on the outside for Momanda in front as they break from Orient Beach. Spell Check, Sills Gamble, last early Design Diva. From the outside gate, Momanda accelerates toward the rail to lead by a length to Spell Check going forward. On the outside, 3 wide Orient Beach, and tucked away is Sills Gamble on their inside, moving into it well. 2.5 to 3 lengths away last Design Diva. Scooting along in front, Momanda by a long neck to Spell Check. A length and a half, Sills Gamble to third. 3 parts Orient Beach, and about 3 away last is Design Diva. The first quarter, 22-1, and Momanda still on top of Spell Check, but only about ahead. Another length and a half away is Sills Gamble, and on the outside Orient Beach as they race in pairs the top 4, and alone at the back, Design Diva at the 5/16, and Spell Check tightening the screws on the leader. Momanda narrowly headed off by Spell Check. Orient Beach third, Sills Gamble forced to wait in behind as they turn, and Spell Check first for home, and running on is Design Diva from last. Spell Check the leader now, Sills Gamble coming through the pack. On the outside is Orient Beach and Design Diva from last. Spell Check by a length, Sills Gamble, and on the outside Orient Beach, Sills Gamble's coming now, and Sills Gamble, seeing daylight, has got the upper hand and has got it won. Sills Gamble drawing off to win by a length and 3/4. Spell Check. Momanda on the rail held third after all that. Then Orient Beach and Design Diva was last. 1:17.60. There's the finish order. We come to the final race today. We're off the turf, but it is the same distance on the main track. It'll be at 5 furlongs. And do note, in the jackpot high five, the carryover $7,058.28. Stewart scratches of 5, Our Lily, and 9, Your Heart. 20 minutes.
Well, the hard work was worth it for Sills Gamble. Had to wait for Racing Room, got it, and does deliver as our second 6-5 winner on the program. Everybody else has been at least 4-1 or higher. As now we get back onto the main track going 5/8. This race was to be on turf, but now going 5 on the main. Jackpot high five finale with a carryover of $7,058.28. Here's a look at the Capri. Not a bad race last time out. Never got a breather and eventually finished in the 4th place spot.
She was bet down as the favorite that day too. Fraser Abley has been aboard for both the starts so far this season, and it's been a steady drop from maiden special right in for a quarter. We're back for a quarter again today. I think they would have liked to have seen this horse get a chance to race in a cheaper class like this, a $25,000 claimer on the turf, but they'll have to wait for another day. Fraser Abley's had a good day at the office. He won the opener on the program for Stu Simon. He just won with Sills Gamble, so he's looking for the three-peat on today's program.
Number 2 is Keta Barta. This is a first-time starter by Terra Horse Farms' own stallion, that being Abarta. And this is one that will go postward with Anthony Husbands as the trainer.
Spit it out, Jeff.
It's been a rough go for me today, buddy. It has been a rough go.
You and me both. This is the second full from this mare. Now, the mare was unraced, so we don't have a ton to go off of there. And she's had 2 fulls, but this is the first one that's actually made it to the racetrack. We've seen Terra Horse Farm. They have a variety of different trainers. They have Anthony Husbands, and they have Bill Theranis as well. A first-time starter, one of 2 first-time starters competing here.
This mare is interestingly related, though. This is a Chiefswood mare that is a have to play me a tune. So
there you go.
An interesting little tidbit. Number 3 is Twist of Sugar. I thought by now she would have broke her maiden. Now the problem is she could be a major thorn in the side here for De Capri on the inside.
Yes, she will definitely be pushing for the front end. I wrote down that I think the distance is going to help her out here today too, the cutback to 5/8, because if you look at her race at 3/4, I mean, she was ahead by a couple of lengths, and she ended up being beaten 4 after setting the early fractions. Now, she will likely be looking for the front end. If she's able to get it and clear, she might be a gate-to-wire threat in this race, but she has to worry about the inside horse, De Capri. We have Mirage back aboard again today for Chirkop. He did ride the horse last start out, and like I said, I just feel like the cutback should really help out.
Does the race maybe fall into the lap of Reload Baba with all the speed in this spot? Maybe this one's going to be in the catbird seat.
I don't know. See, I guess my issue would be that the horse has been racing for 10, and for 10 couldn't win. It was 3rd and then was 4th last start out. I get it. They were probably trying to get onto the grass just to see if this horse would wake up on the lawn. The regular rider is back aboard, but it's not a barn that I play very often.
Number 6 is Believe in Luck. And you brought up a great point during the pregame show. You know what this feel with us not really in love with anybody? Why not look at a first-time starter?
Exactly. And when you look at the mare, okay, first of all, Jimmy Creed's, they're neat. Like, they are fast horses. And this mare, Good Luck to You, she was a 2-time stakes winner. She made $161,000 on the racetrack. She was a 6-time winner. This is a half to Good to Be Lucky, a horse that we see racing around these parts. Phil Hall sending out this first-time starter. He has yet to find the winner's circle with any of his runners, but In a race like this, I would probably include this horse in my ticket here today. Debuts on the Lasix program, gets Cave Nichols. See, when I saw Cave, I thought, well, maybe we got something, because oftentimes we'll see Phil Hall connect with Cave Nichols, and when they are together, normally they find themselves in a really good position. I guess, maybe reality is we're not a maiden special weight horse. We're here in against $25,000 claimers, but in a field like this, I think this one's worth a try.
Pretty vicious. It's the number 7. That's the Candy Ride that is going to start for the 3rd time.
Yeah, they paid a lot of money too. Well, enough. They paid $75,000, so I'm sure they didn't have hopes of being in for a quarter. But as Lauren is quick to do, he raced the horse first start out. He didn't get what he wanted. He dropped the horse in for $25,000 really fast, and she was up close to the pace in that race on the drop. Obviously, I think same thing. He would have liked to get her on the grass here today because of the pedigree, just to see if she'd move up on the lawn. So maybe a later date for her when she gets a chance to get on the green stuff.
Yeah, I think you're bang on with that. I mean, the mare was a 4-time winner on turf. She's a half the Starship Jubilee, the mare. So yeah, I think
there's lovely pedigree there for it.
Then we're going to get to Super Red in here. I took a shot with this one first time out. Just sort of ran okay. Actually made up a lot of grounds.
Yeah.
But everything was all said and done.
And I don't think it was an easy trip either.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a clean trip for her.
Yep.
I don't think I think she might have got jostled around a little bit. And now she just, look, we're scratched down here to a smaller group of horses. So hopefully traffic won't get in her way and she'll have a nice positive experience here. But this is a bit of a puzzle, isn't it? Race number 7.
Looking at some of the names of people that won races today,
Yeah.
like Christoph Douglas hasn't won a bunch of races. Jalon Samuel, Kieran Palmer, he's on a bit of a roll right now. But Dale Powell, Ryan Jones, those that were able to take opportunities to their advantage here today got paid off, and the prices weren't all that bad today either.
Well, that's why the prices were good, because some of those quieter barns won races, some of the quieter jockeys won races on today's program. The guy who's having a good day so far is Fraser Abley. He's had 2. He's got a legit shot to win the last race with D Capri here for Mark Cassie, and it sets him up for a really good few days ahead. Like you mentioned, no Raffi, no Pietro, and Fraser's right there in that top group. So this is his opportunity to start to move up the ladder again.
Well, remember, he just served some days last week,
That's
so
right.
now he's starting to make up for some lost time. Now, tomorrow on the show, we're going to have a bit of a special show for you tomorrow, because we're going to look, obviously, at the 7-race program, but we're also going to look ahead to the plate. We're going to talk about some of the names maybe you want to keep an eye on. It's not necessarily like a top 5 or 6 list. It's just horses that have kind of grabbed the headlines, and we're looking forward to seeing what they could do next.
Yeah, so I think we've picked about 4 or 5 horses that we want to discuss tomorrow. So we'll have an opportunity to look at some potential plate horses. Still a long way to go, though.
It is a long way to go. But you know what? Like, the Marine's coming up not too far away, you know? And, the Oaks, I think, is less than a month away. So
the Oaks will be our first dance.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah.
But our first kind of, big summer card is coming up a week Saturday with all those big races, our Canada Day program. So.
Yes, and then we just got the program for Sunday. 10 races for Sunday and a couple of stakes events as well.
The Heritage Series gets underway. So we'll have the pregame show for you tomorrow at noon. First race post time will be at 1 p.m. So join Elisa and myself for that. I hope that my Hooked on Phonics course will work for me
You'll
tonight.
be fine, buddy.
I don't know, off the bench, it was a rough go. I don't think I made time in my workout.
Second start off the layout.
There you
That's
go.
the key.
Okay, race number 7 coming up in about 12 minutes. We'll see you tomorrow.
Call to post race number 7 off the turf, same distance, 5 furlongs on the main track. 5, Our Lily, a Stewart scratch, as is 9, Your Heart, a Stewart scratch. Don't forget the jackpot high 5, the carry of $7,058.28. And this race, a maiden optional claimer for fillies and mares, 3 and up, is 8 minutes away as they head to the post parade. Here is the post parade. Race 7, number 1, DeCapri, is owned by Gary Barber, Wachtel Stable and Peter Deutsch. Trainer Mark Cassie, the rider Fraser Abley. Number 2 is Kitabara, Jason Hoyt, the rider, for Tara Horse Farm Incorporated with Anthony Husbands as the trainer. 3, Twist of Sugar, for Zealy Racing Stables, Stephen Cherkop and Romero Mirage. 4, Reload Bubba, for Sylvester Olivier Barn, is owned by B11 Incorporated and the rider Kirk Johnson. 5 is out. Number 6, Believe in Luck, trained by Philip Hall, for George Gilbert. Covey Nichols, the rider. Number 7 is Pretty Vicious, with Ryan Munger on board for Lorne Richards, owned by Bloom Racing Stable and Lorne Richards. At 8, Super Red, with Deshaun Gaskin on board for Rick Hayashi and the estate of Paul Buttigieg. Number 9 is out as a scratch and was 6 minutes away, race 7. lengths from a start. To the starting gate, they're coming forward. This final race today sees 8-5, number 3, Twist of Sugar, and 2-1 to Capri, who's the inside runner, then out to 9-2 for Super Red. Just behind the start, Reload Bubba. Moving in now to Capri. Debuting here, Believe in Luck and Kitabata. They're both going forward. Kitabata in the lime green has gone along. Out wider goes Pretty Vicious, and into gate 3, Twist of Sugar. Pretty Vicious still out, and Super Red will be the outside runner as they come to the gate with Pretty Vicious. Sean Gaskin, a winner earlier, and he rides Super Red. Stand by for a start as the fillies and mares are almost set to run at the 5 furlongs. This race switched to the main track. Goes up, they're in the gate, locked up. Off they race. Bit slow, Believe in Luck. Best into stride, Pretty Vicious with Twist of Sugar vying for the lead and will get it. And lying in third, Reload Bubba. DeCapri coming up on the inside, and behind them is Super Red from Believe in Luck, and Kitabata has dropped out a distinct last. And racing out in front, Twist of Sugar by over length to Pretty Vicious, and on the inside DeCapri. They've gone away by 4 lengths to Reload Bubba. A length and a half, Super Red running on, then Believe in Luck, and a distant last, Kitabata, as they hit the 5/16 and Twist of Sugar in front. Over a length and a half, Pretty Vicious and DeCapri. About 5 away, Super Red is running on pretty well, getting some steam going, and on the inside is Reload Bubba as they turn. Twist of Sugar in front. Challenged now by Pretty Vicious, ranging up on the outside. Super Red continues to gain really well down the outside. Inside the final furlong, Twist of Sugar by a length to Pretty Vicious, and holding at the moment. Pretty Vicious is knuckling down again, and back in third, Super Red. Twist of Sugar on the inside, and Twist of Sugar, how sweet it is, goes goes on to win. 3/4, Pretty Vicious. 3.5 to Super Red third, then Reload Bubba and Believe in Luck. 58.90. The unofficial order is 3, 7, 8, 4. The winner is number 3, Twist of Sugar. Over 7, Pretty Vicious. 8, Super Red. 4, Reload Bubba, and more to come on 5th spot. First quarter, 21 and 3, half mile, 45 and 2, and the final time, 58.90. And 5th is number 6, Believe in Luck. So the numbers are 3, 7, 8, 4, 6. Breaking through here is Twist of Sugar. The Grey Roan 3-year-old filly is by Cupid from Sugar Surge. Was bred by Robert Marzilli. Another success is breeder today. Zealy Racing Stables, the winning owners, Stephen Cherkop, winning trainer, and Romero Mirage taking Twist of Sugar to that breakthrough win in an 11th start. Twist of Sugar. It is official. The return for the winner, number 3, Twist of Sugar, 6 even. And number 7, Pretty Vicious, paid $6.60 and $3.60 to place and show. The exacta, 3-7, a return of $30 even. And the trifecta numbers 3, 7, 8, that is $68.85. Super 3784, $495.75. The jackpot high 5, 37846, $774.20. The carryovers up to 10,000, $743.57. The double 1, 323.60. Swinger 37550, 38625, $785 even. As the crowd in Vancouver sees Canada get the first goal of the game. Into the pick 3 we go, 213 or 233, $70.50. Pick 4, first leg 4 or 9, $181.75. And the pick 6, 5 of 6, first leg the 4, $1,263.80. And that carryovers up to $2,578.19 for racing on Friday. Off their race. Bit slow, Believe in Luck. Best into stride, Pretty Vicious with Twist of Sugar vying for the lead and will get it. And lying in third, Reload Bubba. DiCapri coming up on the inside, and behind them is Super Red from Believe in Luck, and Kitabata has dropped out a distinct last. And racing out in front, Twist of Sugar by over length to Pretty Vicious, and on the inside, DiCapri. They've gone away by 4 lengths to Reload Bubba. A length and a half, Super Red running on, then Believe in Luck, and a distant last, Kitabata. As they hit the 5/16 and Twist of Sugar in front. Over a length and a half, Pretty Vicious and DiCapri. About 5 away, Super Red is running on pretty well, getting some steam going. And on the inside is Reload Bubba as they turn. Twist of Sugar in front. Challenged now by Pretty Vicious, ranging up on the outside. Super Red continues to gain really well down the outside. Inside the final furlong, Twist of Sugar by a length to Pretty Vicious. And holding at the moment, Pretty Vicious is knuckling down again. And back in third, Super Red. Twist of Sugar on the inside. And Twist of Sugar, how sweet it is. Goes on to win 3/4, Pretty Vicious. 3.5 to Super Red third, then Reload Bubba and Believe in Luck. 58.90. There's the finish order, concluding our live thoroughbred program today. We're back with Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing. We look forward to your company. Thanks for joining us on track. Those who've been watching and wagering on the Woodbine Signal, wishing you a very good night.